Hey hey. Welcome back to Fiction Blue. We've got something fire today. What if Harry used a hidden Parseltongue spell to command every snake in Surrey to guard number 4 Privet Drive? Likes and subs keep us going. Alright, story time. Chapter 1. The night the snakes came. The cupboard under the stairs had been Harry's room for 10 years. They'd given him Dudley's second bedroom eventually, after the letters, after Hagrid, after the whole avalanche of impossible things that had turned his life inside out, but the cupboard was still his in some way he couldn't explain. Not because he missed it. God, no. But because it had made him what he was. Small. Quiet. Invisible. Patient in a way that no 11-year-old should ever have to be patient. He wasn't in the cupboard now. He was in the back garden at 2 in the morning, sitting on the cold concrete step outside the kitchen door, wearing an overlarge t-shirt that had once belonged to Dudley and a pair of jeans with a hole in the left knee. The grass was damp. The air smelled like cut lawn and exhaust fumes and something faintly floral from Mrs. No. 3's rose bushes. Privet Drive was dead silent, every window dark, every car cold and still in its driveway, like the whole street had been switched off. Harry hadn't been able to sleep. This was not new. He'd been back from Hogwarts for 3 weeks, and in those 3 weeks the Dursleys had managed to pack in a truly impressive amount of ordinary cruelty. The kind that left no marks, nothing you could point to. No food at breakfast because Harry had forgotten to replace the toilet paper roll. No hot water for a week because Vernon had decided, for no stated reason, that Harry's showers were excessive. Dudley had broken Harry's second-hand chess set, the one Ron had given him at the end of term, and when Harry had said something about it, Vernon had grabbed his collar and walked him to his room and closed the door with that particular careful quietness that was somehow worse than shouting. Harry sat on the step and looked at the garden and felt the anger sitting in his chest like a coal that had been burning for 3 weeks without going out. He thought about Hogwarts. About the great hall ceiling showing a stormy February sky. About the way Ron laughed with his whole body, falling sideways. About Hermione's expression when she was right about something, which was always, and how even that was better than anything here. About flying, God, about flying, the way the Nimbus 2000 had felt under his hands like an extension of himself, like the broom had been waiting his whole life for him to find it. He thought about Quirrell's face crumbling. About the mirror of Eriste showing him a family he'd never had. About Voldemort, thin and pale and furious, fleeing a 12-year-old boy in a dungeon. He thought, I faced Voldemort. I walked back up out of that dungeon on my own 2 feet. And I am afraid of Vernon Dursley. That thought sat badly. He'd been turning it over for 3 weeks, the way you turn a stone over in your palm. Not the fact of it, exactly, but the shape of it. The specific humiliation of it. He had held the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket while a man possessed by the Dark Lord tried to take it from him, and he had won, and now he flinched when he heard Vernon's tread on the stairs. There was something wrong with that. Something deeply, fundamentally wrong. The night air moved. Somewhere down the street a fox made a sound like a strangled question. Harry looked at the grass, which was very dark and very still. And then, from somewhere near the garden fence, something moved. He almost didn't notice it. Just a ripple in the shadow where the fence met the flower bed, a subtle S-curve through the dark grass. But Harry's eyes caught it with the particular sharpness he developed from years of watching for things before they could surprise him, and he went very still. A snake. Medium-sized, maybe 3 feet long, moving with the unhurried liquid confidence of something that knew it had nowhere to be. It came across the grass at an angle, not toward Harry exactly, more like it was crossing the garden on its own business and had simply noted his presence the way you note a lamp post. Harry watched it. Something in his chest, that burning coal of anger, shifted. He'd spoken to a snake before. At the zoo, before he'd known what Parseltongue was, before he'd known what anything was. He'd spoken to it by accident, the way he did most magical things in those days, without knowing he was doing anything at all. And the snake had spoken back, with this extraordinary quality of simple calm, like a river that had been waiting a very long time for someone to finally ask it a question. He hadn't spoken Parseltongue since. At Hogwarts there had never been a snake to speak to, and more importantly there had been people around. Ron's face when he'd done it in the dueling club, that flash of unease, gone quickly, but real, had told Harry everything he needed to know about how people would react. But it was 2 a.m. in a dark garden and there was nobody around. Harry looked at the snake. "Hey," he said. Not out loud. Or rather, he said it out loud, sound definitely came out of his throat, but it wasn't the word hey. What came out was something lower and more textured, something that moved in the back of his teeth, consonants that weren't quite consonants, a sound like water moving through stones. He heard it with his own ears and his brain translated it, the way it always had, effortlessly, as if Parseltongue and English lived in the same room inside him and he could step between them without thinking. The snake stopped. It turned its head toward him, and Harry felt, this was the strange part, this was what he hadn't been expecting, he felt the snake's attention land on him like a physical thing. Like a hand on his shoulder. Like being recognized. "Who speaks?" the snake said. Harry blinked. He'd expected the simple, pleasant dullness of the zoo snake. This was different. This voice had register to it. Wait. The question wasn't curious so much as it was assessing. "I'm Harry," he said. "I live here. Well, I stay here. I don't know if live is the right word." The snake was still for a moment. Then it moved toward him, crossing the last few feet of grass, and coiled itself loosely at the base of the step. Up close it was heavier than he'd thought, with scales that were almost black in the low light and a blunt, triangular head. Its eyes caught what little light there was and held it. "You are young," the snake said. "Yeah. And you are angry." Harry opened his mouth to deny it and then didn't, because it was 2 a.m. and he was talking to a snake and there wasn't much point in keeping up appearances. "Yeah," he said. "Pretty much constantly." The snake made a sound that might have been the serpentine equivalent of a HM. "I have passed this place many times," it said. "There is magic in the walls. Old magic. Something was laid here a long time ago." Harry thought about what Dumbledore had said, at the end of term. About his mother's sacrifice. About the protection it conferred as long as he could call this place home. He hadn't thought about it much since, it had seemed abstract, theoretical, the kind of explanation that made sense in a castle but felt far away on Privet Drive. "A protection," Harry said. "Someone put a protection on this house." "On me." "Yes," the snake said. "I can smell it. It does not smell like any magic I know. It smells like," a pause, "something searching in the quality of the stillness, like a door that has been locked from the inside with love." Harry stared at the snake for a long moment. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "You may ask." "What do snakes, around here, I mean? In Surrey? What do they know about? What do they see?" The snake's head tilted, that characteristic slight angle. "We see everything that moves along the ground," it said simply. "We feel the road vibrations. We smell the people who have passed. The world tells itself to us differently than it tells itself to you. You watch. We listen with our skin. Right." Harry was quiet for a moment. The coal in his chest was doing something new. It wasn't just burning anymore. It was, catching, spreading, becoming a different kind of heat. Not anger. Something adjacent to anger that had a point to it, a direction. He thought about the summer ahead. 9 more weeks of Vernon's careful, patient cruelty. 9 weeks of hunger and small humiliations and that locked bedroom door and the growing certainty that he had no way to push back, no way to say stop, because the one weapon available to him, magic, he wasn't allowed to use outside school. He thought about how the Dursleys' power over him had always rested on one thing: he was alone. No one was watching. No one would know. What if someone was watching? He looked at the snake. I want to ask you something else, he said slowly, working it out as he went. And I want you to tell me if it's possible. Not whether you'll do it. Just whether it's possible. Ask. The snakes in Surrey. All of them, garden snakes, grass snakes, whatever lives in people's yards and along the verges and under the sheds. Is there a way I could speak to all of them? Reach all of them at once? The snake was still for a long time. Not all at once, it said finally. But a message can move. The way a scent moves on water. One carries it to another. Another to the next. It would take time. Hours, perhaps. But it could be done. It could be done, the snake agreed. If there were a reason. If the message had weight to it. If the voice carrying it, another pause, had the right kind of authority. There was something in how it said that last word. Not a challenge. More like a door being nudged open, waiting to see if Harry would walk through it. What kind of authority? Harry asked. The snake looked at him for a very long time. Then it said something that Harry had to turn over several times in his head before it assembled into meaning. There are those who speak to us, it said. And there are those who speak for us. The first are clever. The second are rare. I have not encountered the second in many generations. But the old stories persist. The old word for it, in our tongue, would translate poorly. Your language would call it, a king's voice. The night felt very quiet around them. The fox had stopped making noise. Even the distant traffic on the main road had dropped away, as if the world was holding its breath. And what would a king's voice be able to do? Harry said. Call a court, the snake said simply. And a court would answer. Harry looked at the black sky above Privet Drive. At the street lamp at the end of the drive making its little orange pool in the dark. At the dark windows of all the ordinary houses full of all the ordinary people who had no idea that anything was happening out here. Okay, he said. He didn't second guess it. He didn't talk himself out of it. He'd spent 10 years talking himself out of things, making himself small, and look where that had gotten him. He'd walked through fire for the philosopher's stone, and what had his reward been? A summer back here where Vernon Dursley could take his food away for forgetting to replace a toilet roll. Done. He was done with that. He turned his focus inward to the place where Parseltongue lived, that warm liquid space behind his teeth, and he stopped filtering it into English. He let it be itself, let it roll out of him fully and completely, and he spoke. Not to the snake in front of him. To the night. To the dark gardens and the wet grass and the spaces under garden sheds and behind fence posts and along the watercourses. He spoke to the sleeping county of Surrey the way you'd ring a bell in a cathedral, not asking but announcing, with all the authority of a 12-year-old boy who had no reason left to be afraid of anything except death, and who had already met that too and walked away. He said, I am the speaker. I am calling the court. Come to the house where the old magic lives. Guard it. Guard the one inside it. Come. The snake at his feet lifted its head and held itself very still, like an antenna receiving a signal. Then it put its head down and moved. Not toward the fence. Outward, in a new direction, sliding away into the dark grass with sudden purpose. Carrying the message. Harry sat on the cold step and waited. For a while nothing happened. He counted the street lamps he could see from the garden, 3, and watched a cloud move across a rind of moon. His hands were steady. His heartbeat was ordinary. He noticed this as though from a slight distance, the way you notice unusual weather. Then the first one came. Over the back fence, flowing down the wood like dark water. A grass snake, pale-striped, maybe 2 feet long. It crossed the lawn without hurrying and took up a position near the garden gate, coiling loosely, head up, watching the road. 2 minutes later, another. Under the side gate, thicker and darker, moving along the base of the fence to the corner near the bins. Then 3 more at once, from different directions, sliding through gaps in the fence with the boneless ease of water through cracks. Harry watched them come. They didn't look at him, most of them. They came in and found positions and held them. There was nothing theatrical about it, nothing like the snake army a villain might summon in a story. It was quieter than that and, because of the quiet, somehow more real. More serious. These were just animals, mostly small, mostly ordinary, and they were choosing to be here. That was what got him. The choosing. By 3 in the morning, there were 11. By 4, he'd lost count. The lawn had become something else. If you looked at it casually you might not notice, just the normal dark grass of an ordinary garden on an ordinary night. But if you looked carefully, if you watched the shadows, you'd see the subtle movement, the patient coiling and still watching. The fence line was guarded. The gate was guarded. The path to the front door was guarded. Both garden walls. A large, heavy snake, the biggest yet, nearly 5 feet, moving with the deliberate authority of something that had been doing this a very long time, crossed the lawn and stopped at the base of the step, close enough that Harry could have touched it. It lifted its head. "We are here," it said. Harry looked at it. "Thank you," he said. "What are your orders, Speaker?" He hadn't prepared for this. He hadn't thought far enough ahead to have actual orders ready. But the question hung there and something in him reached up and answered it without consulting his brain first, the way sometimes the right sentence comes out of your mouth before you've decided to speak. "No one enters or leaves this property after dark without my knowledge," he said. "Anyone who comes to this house with bad intentions, anyone who comes here to hurt the boy inside, specifically the boy, you make sure I know about it. You don't attack. You don't frighten. You just watch, and you tell me. In the day, stay out of sight. People don't need to see you." The large snake was still for a moment. And the others in the house? Harry thought about Vernon. About Petunia. About Dudley. "Let them come and go," he said. They're not enemies. They're just people." He paused. "Frightened people, mostly. As you say, Speaker." The large snake lowered its head and moved back to its position near the fence. Harry sat on the step for another hour, watching, and the watching felt different to anything he'd done before. Not passive. Not the careful invisible watching of someone trying not to be noticed. He was watching his court, and he knew it, and the knowledge sat in his chest where the coal had been and it was warm and clear and absolutely nothing like anger. When he finally went back inside, he was careful on the stairs. Old habit. But at the door to his room he stopped and looked back down the dark corridor at the front door, at the letterbox, at the small window above it showing the first gray edge of dawn. He slept, when he finally lay down, better than he had in weeks. Vernon Dursley came downstairs at 6:45, as he always did, in his dressing gown, heading for the kitchen and the morning paper and his first cup of tea. This was the most important ritual of Vernon Dursley's day. It organized him. It confirmed that the world was in its proper order, that Tuesday followed Monday and the milk was cold and everything was normal and fine and under control. He opened the front door to retrieve the paper, it landed on the step, the delivery boy was reliable, this was one of the good things about the world, and stopped. The large snake was on the front path. It was coiled with its head raised, looking directly at him, perhaps 12 feet away. It was the biggest snake Vernon Dursley had ever seen outside of a zoo. It was bigger than he'd known garden snakes could be. Vernon's mouth opened. The snake looked at him. Vernon closed his mouth. He stepped back inside and closed the door with great care, the way you close a door when you don't want whatever is on the other side to hear you doing it. He stood in the hallway for a moment. Then he walked to the sitting room window and looked out at the garden and immediately wished he hadn't. He couldn't count them from here. There were too many, and most of them were too still, which in some ways was worse than if they'd been moving. He could see at least 6 from this window. The privet hedge that ran along the front of the property had several more woven through it at the base. There were 2 on the front wall, 1 on either side, motionless as decorations. Vernon stood at the window for a long time without moving. Then he went upstairs. Petunia was in the master bedroom at her vanity, doing the careful morning work she did to her face, which she referred to as getting ready, and which Vernon was not allowed to interrupt with anything less than a domestic emergency. Vernon stood in the doorway. "Petunia," he said. She saw his face in the mirror and turned around, which was how he knew that his expression had communicated something before his words could. "There are snakes," Vernon said. "Outside." "What do you mean, snakes?" "I mean snakes, Petunia." "In the garden." "On the path." "On the front wall." "There are," he stopped. "A great many snakes." Petunia stared at him. She was still holding her powder brush. A small cloud of something beige drifted from it. "That is not," Petunia said, in a voice that was working very hard to be level, "a normal thing." "No," Vernon agreed. "It is not." They looked at each other. Both of them thought the same thing at the same time, and neither of them said it for a moment, because saying it would make it real. "He was outside last night," Vernon said finally. "I heard the door. I thought," he stopped again. He'd thought about going down. He'd decided against it because it was 2 in the morning and the boy would be back inside in a few minutes and it wasn't worth the confrontation. "The boy did this," Petunia said. "It wasn't a question." Vernon's jaw tightened. His face had gone through several colors since he'd opened the front door and was currently settling at a deep red that didn't bode well. "He is not supposed to use, outside of school, I know what he's not supposed to do," Petunia said. She'd put the powder brush down and was standing very straight, and Vernon, who had known her for 20 years, recognized the specific quality of stillness she had when she was genuinely frightened and not letting herself show it. He'd last seen it on the night they'd found the boy on their doorstep. "I'm going to go speak to him," Vernon said. "Vernon, I am going to go speak to him," Vernon repeated, and his voice had found its register, the deep roll of certainty that he used at work when he needed people to understand that the matter was settled. He used it because it was the only tool that reliably made him feel in control of things. "He has filled my garden with vermin, Petunia, he has done something, this is my house." He went down the hall to Harry's room and opened the door without knocking, which was not unusual. Harry was awake. He was sitting up in bed, which was also not unusual, as Vernon's tread on the stairs had always been audible from the second floor. What was unusual was the expression on his face, or rather the lack of one. Vernon was accustomed to a certain expression on the boy when he came in, a careful, guarded stillness, like a rabbit that has spotted a fox but hasn't run yet. Today there was no fox-rabbit dynamic operating. Harry was looking at him with an expression that was simply attentive. Like someone waiting to hear what point was about to be made. It threw Vernon, slightly, though he would have died before admitting it. "The garden," Vernon said. "Yeah," Harry said. "You did that." "Yeah." Vernon waited for an apology, for the cringe, for the usual string of "I'm sorry, Uncle Vernon, I didn't mean to, I couldn't help it" that he'd found so useful over the years. It didn't come. "Remove them," Vernon said. "Right now. Today." Harry looked at him for a moment. Not defiantly. Not with the particular hot-eyed anger of a child being pushed too far. Just looked at him, calm and considering, the way you look at someone when you're deciding how much of the truth to give them. "No," Harry said. The word sat in the room. Vernon blinked. He'd heard the word, clearly and without ambiguity, in his nephew's voice, and his brain offered it up to him twice more just to confirm, no, no. He felt the color rising from his collar, the familiar internal bellows pressure of his temper beginning to climb. "I beg you've been taking my food," Harry said. Conversationally. Like they were discussing the weather. "You took my chess set. You take the hot water. Every summer it's the same and then you wonder why I'm sitting outside at 2 in the morning. He paused. The snakes aren't hurting anyone. They're in the garden. They'll stay out of sight during the day. Nobody on the street needs to know they're there. But they're staying. Vernon's mouth had opened. Nothing was coming out of it. And, Harry added, still in that same conversational tone, you should probably know that if anything happens to me, anything unusual, I mean, anything that isn't me being fine, they'll know about it. I'm not sure exactly what they'd do about it, but I think they'd be fairly creative. He was not threatening Vernon. That was the thing that cut through all the noise and sat with Vernon Dursley in a way he couldn't entirely process. The boy wasn't threatening him. He was simply informing him, with the patient clarity of someone who has all the relevant facts arranged in order. It was the tone of a solicitor. Or a magistrate. Or someone who had already worked out how the thing would go and was simply making sure all parties had the same information. Vernon closed his mouth. He stood in the doorway for another moment. Then he went back downstairs without saying anything else, which was, in 20 years of marriage, something Petunia had never seen him do. When she came down she found him at the kitchen table with his tea going cold in front of him, staring at nothing, with an expression she also couldn't quite categorize. He did not go back to the front window that morning. Harry came down at 8, made his own breakfast, this was something he'd been doing for years when allowed, and ate it at the kitchen table while Petunia stood at the sink with her back to him and washed dishes that didn't need washing, and Dudley sat across from Harry and looked at him with an expression that was genuinely new. Dudley's default expression when looking at Harry was somewhere between contempt and amusement. This morning there was something else mixed in, something neither of them would have named then, though later Dudley would have called it the beginning of respect. Were those real? Dudley said. The snakes. Yes, Harry said. Dudley looked at his cereal. How many? I stopped counting at about 14, Harry said. Dudley was quiet for a moment. Our friend Piers, he said slowly, came by yesterday evening on his bike. I was going to text him and tell him to come to the door, but, he paused. You reckon he'll be all right? Like, they won't, they're not dangerous to anyone who's not here to hurt me, Harry said. Your friends are fine. Dudley nodded. He went back to his cereal. Then he said, in a tone of careful offhandedness that fooled neither of them, that's pretty cool, actually. Harry looked at him. What you can do, Dudley said. He waved a hand vaguely. All of it. Not just this. The magic. I mean, he stopped. Seemed to reconsider. It's pretty cool is all. It was, Harry thought, probably the most honest thing Dudley had ever said to him. He didn't make a big thing of it. He just nodded and finished his toast and took his plate to the sink, and that was the whole conversation, which was probably about as much as either of them could handle before 9 in the morning. He went back upstairs and sat on the bed and opened his Transfiguration textbook, not to study particularly, just to have something in his hands. The summer stretched ahead of him. 8.5 weeks. Weeks of Dudley and Vernon and Petunia and the particular grey suffocation of Privet Drive. But something in the shape of it had changed overnight. He thought about the large snake on the front path. About the guard it was keeping, patient and unfussy and absolute. He thought about Vernon's face in the doorway, and the word no hanging in the room between them, and the way it had felt to say it. Clean. Like cutting a rope. He thought about Hogwarts, about Ron, about the owls that came sometimes bringing letters, and he thought, there are snakes out there now who have been across more of Surrey than I've ever seen. Who know what moves at night? Who can carry a message the length of a county? He thought about what the large snake had said, what are your orders, Speaker? And he thought, I'm only just getting started. Outside, in the garden, the snakes settled into the grass and the shadows and the patient warm morning, and they watched, and they waited, and number 4 Privet Drive had never in its entire suburban existence had a guardian quite like this one. Chapter 2, The King's English. 3 days after the snakes came, Harry learned that he could hear them all at once if he tried. He hadn't known this was possible. He'd assumed the network worked the way the first snake had described, message to message, ripple on water, slow and imprecise. What he discovered, sitting in the back garden on the fourth morning with his eyes closed and his hands flat on the warm concrete, was that it wasn't like that at all. It was more like tuning a radio. If he let his attention go diffuse, spread out and unfocused, the individual voices blurred into something like static, a collective murmur, dozens of small awarenesses running beneath the ordinary world like a river beneath a street. But if he pushed his focus in a particular direction, turned the dial, the static resolved and he could pull out a single voice with startling clarity. The snake at the front gate was watching a postman. Human, regular, no fear smell. Known route. Not a threat. The snake under the garden shed was tracking a sparrow, which was irrelevant to Harry's purposes but deeply important to the snake, whose commentary on the sparrow was detailed and professional. The two snakes along the back fence were discussing, in the slow, factual way that snakes discussed everything, the temperature differential between the sunny side and the shaded side of the wall, and which was preferable at this hour. And further, this was the surprising part, further out, beyond the garden, beyond the immediate perimeter, he could catch glimpses of the wider network. A snake 3 streets over, coiled under a parked car, watching feet go by. Another near the park, in the long grass beyond the football pitch, noting the smell of the canal. Another near the roundabout on the edge of town, where the exhaust fumes were thickest and the vibrations of lorries came through the ground like low thunder. Harry opened his eyes. His head hurt slightly, the way it hurt after a long Quidditch practice. Not bad. Just the particular pressure of having used something hard. He went inside, drank a glass of water, and thought. What he had, he was beginning to understand, was not just a guard. He had a surveillance network covering most of the southern half of Little Whinging, extending tendrils into the surrounding streets and parks and verges in every direction. Dozens of creatures who moved invisibly through the world that humans lived in, who registered everything, who had been doing so for years without anyone to tell it to. He sat at the kitchen table with a piece of paper and a biro. The Dursleys didn't allow him pens, something about ink stains, but he'd found the biro at the back of a kitchen drawer 3 weeks ago and kept it, and he started writing down what the network had given him in the last 3 days. Not everything. Just the things that seemed important. The first thing was a car. It had come down Privet Drive twice in 2 days, moving slowly. Different car each time, which was interesting. But the same driver both times. This was what the gate snake had noticed, the same man's smell, sweat and something chemical, like cleaning fluid. Dark jacket. Sitting in the car, not getting out, watching the houses. On the second pass he'd written something in a notepad. Harry didn't know what to make of that. Probably nothing. Could be a surveyor, an estate agent, a journalist doing a piece on suburban hedgerow maintenance. But it was noted. The second thing was more interesting. An owl had landed on the fence at the back of the property 2 nights ago, in the early hours. Not Hedwig. Hedwig came to his window, knew his window, had done since Hagrid bought her. This was a different owl, smaller, brown, and it hadn't stayed. It had sat on the fence for perhaps 10 minutes, then gone. The back fence snake had watched it with polite disinterest. Owls were not its concern, but it had noted the thing the owl was carrying. A small roll of parchment, tied with red twine. Harry had not been awake at that hour. The owl, finding no window open, finding no obvious recipient, had presumably left with the letter undelivered. He underlined that one. Someone had tried to send him a letter in the middle of the night, and either hadn't known his window or had deliberately chosen not to go to the window. Both options were interesting. The third thing was Dudley. This was less strategic and more just, strange. 3 times in 3 days, Dudley had come into the back garden and stood there for a while, doing nothing in particular. Once Harry had been inside and had watched him from the kitchen window. Dudley was standing near the shed, looking at the grass, very still, with an expression that Harry couldn't quite interpret. He wasn't frightened. Dudley's frightened face Harry knew well, it involved a specific backward lean and wide whites around the eyes. This was something else. He kept looking at the grass as if he expected the grass to do something, or as if he was waiting for permission to do something himself. Harry made a note, Dudley, ask what he's doing. He folded the paper and put it in his pocket and went to check on Hedwig, who was in her cage by the window and had been giving him the look she reserved for situations she considered beneath her dignity. Which was most situations. She was magnificent and she knew it, and the cage was an ongoing injustice that she bore with the stoic contempt of a queen in exile. I know, Harry told her. I'm sorry. Soon. She ruffled her feathers and looked away. He'd been restricted from sending letters in the first week. The Dursleys had threatened to lock Hedwig in the garage if she flew, but that was before the snakes. He was reassessing what the Dursleys could and couldn't threaten him with. He went back downstairs and found Vernon in the hallway, on his way out to work. The look Vernon gave Harry was new. It wasn't the old look, contemptuous, proprietorial, the look of a man surveying something he successfully kept small. This was the look of a man who has opened a door expecting a broom cupboard and found something he didn't have a category for. It passed quickly. Vernon replaced it with his normal expression and straightened his tie. I'll be home at 6, Vernon said. To the wall, essentially. Not quite at Harry. All right, Harry said. Vernon went to the front door. He opened it. He looked at the path. The large snake was not there during the day. Harry had told them to stay hidden, and they did, mostly, with the exception of occasional sun-seeking that he was trying to gently discourage. The path was clear. Vernon let out a breath that he probably thought was inaudible. He left. Harry watched him go and thought, he's going to do something. He's going to make a phone call, or talk to someone at work, or write a letter. He won't just accept this. That's not who he is. He went to the bottom of the stairs. Aunt Petunia. A pause from the kitchen. What? I want to send Hedwig out with a letter this morning. I need some writing things. Another pause, longer this time, waited. Then, there's paper in the second kitchen drawer. Harry blinked. He'd expected a fight, or at minimum a negotiation. He went to the kitchen. Petunia was at the sink again, back to him again, washing the same cup she'd been washing when he came in. He opened the second drawer and found a small pad of notepaper and a working pen. Thank you, he said. Said Petunia. He took them upstairs. It occurred to him, sitting at his desk, that Petunia was not the same as Vernon. He'd always lumped them together, the way you lump enemies together, because it's easier. But Petunia had grown up with his mother. Had known her. Had watched her go to Hogwarts and come back different and gone, what? Jealous? Frightened? Lonely? He didn't fully know the story and probably never would, but there was something in Petunia that wasn't in Vernon. Some private knowledge of what magic was and where it came from and what it could cost. It made her careful in a different way. He wrote to Ron first. Ron, things are interesting here. I'll explain properly when I see you, it's not easy to put in a letter. Tell me what you've been doing. Has your mum said anything about when we might visit? Also, and this is a bit odd, do you know if there's any kind of magic that lets someone communicate over a long distance with animals? Like, do wizards have anything like that? Asking for a reason. Harry. He wrote to Hermione second. Hermione, I have a question and I know you're the right person to ask. Is there anything in the wizarding world about Parseltongue being used as a command language? Not just communicating with snakes but actually directing them, like setting them a task. And separately, is there any record of it being used for anything other than dark magic? I'm not doing anything dark, I promise. I just want to know the context. Tell me how your summer's going. Harry. He read that one back and added, also, are you allowed to keep any magical books at home over summer? Just generally asking. He sent Hedwig out with both letters and watched her go from the window with a particular pleasure, the pleasure of someone who has decided that they are no longer going to ask permission to do the things they're allowed to do. The morning moved. Petunia went shopping. Dudley went to his friend Pierce's house after his mother had gone, moving quickly past the gate with his shoulders hunched as if expecting something, and then relaxing visibly when the gate closed behind him without incident. He glanced back once. Harry, watching from upstairs, gave him nothing, and after a moment Dudley walked on. At 10:30, Harry went outside. He sat cross-legged on the lawn, the actual lawn, in the middle of it, and let his attention spread into the network. He was getting better at this with each attempt. The headache was lighter today, the tuning faster, the individual voices clearer. The car came by at 10:54. Harry felt the gate snake clock it before he heard it with his own ears. Same slow speed. Same long pause in front of number 4. Harry stayed exactly where he was, in the garden, visible from the street through the gap in the hedge. He kept his face neutral. Same man, the gate snake said. Same smell. He is writing again. Can you describe the car? Harry said quietly. This was something he'd been working on, getting the snakes to bridge the gap between what they perceived and what he needed to know. They didn't read number plates. They didn't categorize by make or model. But they noted size, color as best as their vision allowed, sound of the engine. He'd found they had an excellent sense of mechanical rhythm, something about the vibrations matching patterns they'd already catalogued. Dark, medium size. The engine has a rattle on the left side. We have smelled it before, it uses more fuel than it should. Not enough to trace. But Harry filed it away. 2 visits in 2 days. Today making 3. After the car had gone, he reached further, pushing his awareness east along the network toward the park. One of the longgrass snakes had been stationed there deliberately, because the park was where information moved, dog walkers, the postman's break, the teenagers who sat on the swings in the evening. Not usefully so, mostly, but occasionally something filtered through. What the park snake gave him today was a conversation. 2 women, standing on the path, voices carrying clearly in the still morning air. The snake didn't understand English but it gave Harry the sounds with remarkable fidelity, and Harry understood. Saw the most extraordinary thing Tuesday evening, on Privet Drive of all places. What sort of thing? Well, I was walking Biscuit, and on the verge just past number 6, there was the most enormous snake I've ever seen outside of a television program. Just lying there on the grass like it was sunbathing. I nearly had a heart attack. A snake. In Surrey. I know. I called the council. They said they'd look into it. But then Margaret from number 12 said she saw something in her garden as well, several somethings, and she wasn't going to wait for the council, she was calling pest control. Harry pulled his attention back quickly. Pest control. He reached toward the garden immediately, found the large snake at the back fence, the one he thought of as the head of the court simply because it was the biggest and seemed to serve that function. There may be people coming, he said. Humans who catch snakes. Tell the others to stay inside the property. Don't go into the street or the neighboring gardens until I say otherwise. It will be done, the large snake said. Harry sat for another moment on the warm lawn, thinking. The network was powerful but it was also visible. That was the central tension. The snakes needed to be present to be useful, and their presence was noticed. He'd told them to stay hidden during the day but snakes, being snakes, followed their nature, they moved toward warmth, toward good hunting positions, toward comfortable basking spots, and not all of these were within the confines of number 4's garden. He needed to tighten the perimeter. He needed them to understand that discretion mattered. He spent 10 minutes talking it through with the large snake, who listened with the patient gravity that Harry was beginning to recognize as its characteristic mode. By the end of the conversation they'd agreed, daylight hours, the snakes would remain within the garden boundaries, mostly underground or under structures, invisible except to someone who specifically went looking. Dawn and dusk they could be on the walls and fence. Full dark, they could range. This is wiser, the large snake said. A good court protects itself as well as its king. I'm 12, Harry said. That is not a relevant measurement, the large snake said, and went back under the shed. He hadn't expected to laugh. But he did, quietly, on the warm lawn, and it felt strange and good, the way things do when they've been away for a long time. The afternoon was unremarkable until 4 o'clock, when Vernon Dursley came home an hour and a half early. Harry heard the car on the drive and his first thought was a detached, analytical one: he did something. He came back early with a look on his face that Harry recognized, not the bluster, not the red-faced rage, but the tight, prepared look of a man who has made a plan and arrived ready to execute it. Vernon liked having a plan. Plans made him feel like the situation was in his hands. He came in without looking at Harry, went straight to the kitchen, and made a phone call. Harry was halfway up the stairs when he heard the number being dialed, not the number itself, just the length of it, too many digits for a local call, and stopped. He sat on the stairs. Vernon thought he'd gone upstairs. Harry listened. The conversation was short. Vernon's side of it was mostly yes and no and a street name given twice and a time, Thursday at 11. He hung up and stood in the kitchen for a moment. Harry heard the refrigerator open and the sound of a can being opened, which meant Vernon was having a beer before dinner, which he only did when he was in a good enough mood to celebrate or nervous enough to need settling. Harry went upstairs. He sat on his bed and looked at the ceiling and thought, pest control is not what this is. You don't come home an hour early and make a long-distance call to pest control. Thursday at 11. He had today, Tuesday, and all of Wednesday to figure out what was coming. He reached out to the network. Not to the local snakes, to the one nearest the park, and through it to its neighbor along the verge, and through that one to the scout he'd sent 2 days ago toward the main road, the one position near enough to the phone box by the petrol station to pick up some of the regular foot traffic. Long reach. The headache came back, sharper this time, a spike behind his left eye. He pushed through it. Has there been anything unusual? He asked the main road snake. Any strangers? Anyone who doesn't come here regularly? The snake considered. It had been in its position for 3 days now, logging traffic with the faithful tedium of a recording device. 2 days ago, a man stopped at the petrol station and asked the attendant for directions to Privet Drive. He did not buy fuel. He left in the direction given and we have not smelled him since. What did he look like? Your language does not match what we smell, the snake said, with a kind of polite finality. He smelled of the city. Old paper and underground train. He was not from this county. That is all. Old paper and underground trains. Harry had been in the underground once, on a school trip. The smell was specific, something mineral and warm and old, the breath of deep tunnels. It wasn't a common smell in Surrey, where the commuters mostly drove. London, then. Someone from London, asking directions to Privet Drive, not buying fuel, leaving without coming to the house. He lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling and let the headache throb and thought it through. Vernon calling London. A stranger from London asking about the street. The slow-driving car with the rattle on the left side. 3 data points and they might all be unrelated. But they had the same smell on them, the same sense of things being assessed before being moved. He thought about chess, which he was only beginning to understand properly because of Ron, the way the middle game was all about controlling space and positioning before the actual confrontation. Someone was positioning. He didn't know who. But he would. Wednesday arrived in a blaze of heat, the kind of airless Surrey summer heat that turned the streets into a frying pan and made Petunia draw the curtains against the sun and made Dudley's friends drift in and out of the house drinking Petunia's lemonade and sprawling in front of the television. Harry stayed out of their way by habit. Piers Polkiss in particular had a way of looking at him that made it clear the old hierarchy was still available if Harry wanted to come back to it, and spent most of the day in the garden. He was there when Hedwig came back. She dropped 2 letters in his lap with the air of someone who had performed an enormous service under difficult conditions and expected appropriate recognition. He gave her the crust of toast he'd brought out with his lunch, which she accepted as her due. Ron's letter first. Harry. Things here are brilliant. Fred and George built a thing in the garden that Mum still hasn't forgiven them for. I'll tell you about it when I see you. About your question, Mum mentioned something once about an old wizarding practice called familiar bonding where you can link with an animal over long distances, but it's not really done anymore and it was never for snakes specifically. More for birds and cats. Why, what are you doing? Are you doing something? You're definitely doing something. Write back immediately. Also Dad wants to know if the Muggles have been alright to you this summer. He has a concerned face on that Mum keeps trying to make him put away. Ron. Hermione's letter was longer and contained a hand-drawn diagram. Harry, I have so many things to tell you. First, yes, there is a history of Parseltongue being used as command language, and it is not exclusively dark magic. That is an enormous historical misconception that I'm actually quite frustrated about. The dark association comes almost entirely from Slytherin himself and from the way certain later practitioners chose to use it, but the ability itself is ancient and was revered before it was feared. There is a passage in Serpent Tongue and Symbolic Power, by Iphigenia Crabbe, 1842, not related to the Crabbe family, different branch, that talks about historical accounts of Parselmouth practitioners who used the ability to protect communities. There were apparently cases in medieval Britain where villages with a Parselmouth were considered unusually safe because they had working relationships with local snake populations who served as early warning systems for threats. She calls them serpent wardens, and there's quite a lot about the social structure of. The letter went on for 3 more pages. Harry read all of it twice. Serpent wardens. That was what he was. Or what he was becoming. There had been others who'd done this, not as Dark Lords building armies of monsters but as protectors. Community guardians. People who'd used an ancient, strange, misunderstood gift to make the places they cared about safer. He sat with that for a while. The sun moved. The garden hummed with summer. Then Hermione's last paragraph, which she'd written in slightly smaller handwriting as if she'd realized she was running out of room. One more thing, and please be careful, Harry, I mean this in the most supportive way. If someone at the ministry found out what you were doing, they might not frame it as a medieval serpent warden tradition. They might frame it as an underage wizard performing magic and creating a public disturbance. The statute of secrecy covers magical creatures as well as spells. I'm not saying stop. I'm just saying be careful about how visible it gets. Your friend, Hermione. P.S. I am keeping Serpent Tongue and Symbolic Power for you. I found it in a second-hand bookshop in London. P.P.S. I have also found 3 other relevant texts. Harry folded the letters and put them in his pocket and sat very still for a moment. Be careful about how visible it gets. He thought about the woman in the park talking about the council. He thought about Vernon's phone call. He thought about the stranger from London asking directions. He thought about Thursday at 11. He had less than 20 hours. He reached for the network, carefully, keeping it narrow, the way he'd been practicing, and found the large snake. I need the fastest scouts we have, he said. The ones who range furthest. I need to know if there are any humans in the surrounding streets who are not residents. Anyone watching? Anyone parked who hasn't parked there before? I need to know by tomorrow morning. It will be done, the large snake said. Harry went inside and wrote back to Ron. Ron, yes, I'm doing something. I'll tell you everything, I promise. But here's what I need to know right now. What happens if the ministry finds out an underage wizard used magic over the summer? Like, what actually happens? Not the letter, I know about the letter, I mean what happens after. Who comes? Harry. He wrote to Hermione too. Hermione, thank you, this is everything. One question, the serpent wardens in Crabbe's book. Did they ever have problems with the ministry? Were there ever cases where someone tried to shut it down? How did that go? He sent Hedwig out again. She gave him a look of elaborate suffering. I know, he said. 2 trips in one day. You're a hero. When this is over I'll get you something nice. She left. He went to bed at 10 and lay in the dark and did what he'd been doing for 3 weeks, cataloging sounds. The house settling. Petunia's murmured television in the room below. The distant road traffic. The regular silences between cars. But tonight there was something else in the catalog. Somewhere out in the dark garden, a steady watchful presence, 14 or 40 or more of them, coiled in the warmth of the summer night. The network at the edges of his awareness, not demanding, just, there. The way a house feels different when someone you trust is in the next room. He slept. At 3 in the morning the large snake came to the window. Harry was awake before it got there. He'd half expected it, there'd been a subtle shift in the network, a quickening, the way the air feels before rain. He opened the window and looked out. "Report," he said, because that felt right, and the large snake's information had the structured quality of something it had been organizing. "There is a car at the end of the road. It arrived at 2 in the morning and has not moved. One human inside, alone. There is also a human on foot, a woman, who walked the perimeter of this street twice in the last hour. She did not go to any door. She did not stop except once, directly in front of this house, where she stood for perhaps 2 minutes. She smelled of old buildings and something sharp, like the things humans use to write." Harry leaned on the window sill. Outside the night was warm and quiet, the street lamp at the corner doing its orange business as always. Which direction did she go when she left? North. Toward the main road. She did not take a vehicle. We did not follow. Was she watching the house? Like, specifically watching it? She stopped in front of it. She looked at the walls. He thought about Hermione's letter. About the ministry. About the statute of secrecy. "All right," he said. "Is she a threat?" The large snake was silent for a moment, in the particular way it was silent when it was thinking rather than just pausing. "She is not afraid," it said finally. "Most humans who come close to this house after dark carry fear with them. She did not. That is either a good thing or a bad one." "Yeah," Harry said. "That's been my experience too." He closed the window and stood in the middle of his room. He was wearing pajamas and his hair was doing the thing it did at night, which was somehow worse than its daytime configuration. He thought about tomorrow. About Thursday at 11. About whatever was coming. He wasn't afraid. He noticed this with the same detached interest with which he'd noticed his steady heartbeat in the garden 2 nights ago when the snakes first came. Fear had been a constant in his life for so long, the background radiation of being small and different and powerless, that its absence was noticeable, like a sound you don't know you've been hearing until it stops. He sat on the bed and in his head he ran through everything the network had given him, every piece of information arranged in whatever order made sense. Then he went to the desk and wrote it all down on the notepad, the one he'd started the day after the snakes came. Car on the street, here since 2 a.m. Woman walking perimeter, not afraid, smells of old buildings and ink. Vernon's Thursday 11 appointment. Stranger asking directions 2 days ago. He underlined the last line of his notes. She looked at the walls. What was in the walls? The old magic. The protection his mother had laid. The thing that smelled, according to the first snake, like a door locked from the inside with love. What kind of person walks the perimeter of a house in the middle of the night, unafraid, looking at the walls? Someone who knows what's in them. Harry put the pen down and looked at what he'd written and felt the shape of the thing assembling itself with the specific inevitability of a chess middle game tipping into an endgame. It was not pest control that was coming on Thursday. He was almost sure of it now. He picked up the pen and added one more line to his notes, be ready. Outside, in the warm summer dark, the court of number 4 Privet Drive kept watch. The street was quiet. The cars were still. The woman was gone, for now. But she would be back. Chapter 3, What Dudley Saw. Dudley Dursley had been afraid of Harry Potter for exactly 4 years. Not always. Not at the beginning. When they were very small, when Harry had been something that lived in the cupboard and came out to do chores, Dudley had thought of him less as a person and more as a feature of the house, like the boiler or the garden hose. Useful sometimes, irrelevant mostly. Then at 5 years old Dudley had pushed Harry off the climbing frame at the park and Harry had fallen badly and there had been a long moment of frightened crying, and something in Dudley's chest had lit up at that, the power of it, the absolute certainty that he could do that he was bigger and stronger and that this translated directly into control. He'd built his whole world on that certainty for 6 years. Then a motorcycle-riding giant had come to a hut on a rock in the middle of the sea and given Dudley a pig's tail, and the certainty had developed its first crack. The crack had been growing ever since. He'd never told his parents this. His parents' approach to the Harry problem, Dudley had started thinking of it as the Harry problem, with capitals, around age 9, was to manage it through suppression. Suppress the magic, suppress the boy, keep everything contained and ordinary and under control. His father's strategy was volume and authority. His mother's was a more subtle form of erasure, simply refusing to acknowledge anything she didn't want to be real. Dudley had learned both strategies. He'd used both strategies. But privately, in the room inside himself that he'd never shown anyone, he'd been aware for years that they weren't working. That the thing they were trying to suppress kept finding new shapes to be. That Harry got smaller in the house and then went away to that school and came back, different. Not different in any way he could point to. Just different in the way a fire is different from a lamp. Same light, different nature. Now there were snakes in the garden. Dudley stood at the kitchen window on Thursday morning and looked at the garden, which looked completely, perfectly normal. Green lawn, slightly long because nobody had mowed it this week. Petunias flower beds along the fence, neat and colorful. The shed in the corner, brown and weathered. The concrete step where Harry sometimes sat. Everything normal. Except Dudley knew they were there. He'd seen enough in the last few days to know that the garden being empty of visible snakes did not mean the garden was empty of snakes. It meant the snakes were choosing not to be seen. There was a difference, and the difference mattered, and Dudley was only just beginning to understand why it unsettled him the way it did. It unsettled him because it was a choice. Because that meant they were thinking. His father had come down at 7 that morning with the particular expression Dudley recognized as the pre-planned face, the expression of a man who has organized a thing and is now waiting to execute it. He'd eaten his breakfast quickly and hadn't said much and had glanced at Harry twice in a way that was trying to be casual and failing. Harry, at the other end of the table, had eaten his toast and read Ron's letter, which had arrived with Hedwig at dawn, and had not looked up once. This was new. The old Harry would have monitored his father's expression the way a sailor monitors weather, constantly, anxiously, with the survival-level attentiveness of someone who needed advance warning of storms. This Harry was reading a letter and eating toast, and if he was tracking Vernon's expressions he was doing it so subtly that Dudley, who had been watching for it, couldn't detect it. At 8:30 Vernon left for work, looking purposeful. At 9, Dudley came downstairs to find Harry at the kitchen table with his notepad, writing something in his tight, cramped handwriting. Not a letter. Something that looked more like a list. "Mum's gone to Susan's," Dudley said. Not because Harry had asked. Just said it. "Okay," Harry said, without looking up. Dudley got the cereal from the cupboard and poured a bowl and stood at the counter and ate it because sitting down felt like committing to a conversation he wasn't sure how to have. He watched Harry write. Stop. Chew the end of the pen. Write again. "Something's happening today," Dudley said. Harry looked up. "Dad got a phone call yesterday," Dudley said. "I heard some of it. He rang someone about the garden." He gestured vaguely. "He said there'd been a development and he needed advice on the legal angle." The legal angle. His father's great comfort in uncertain situations, the sense that there was a legal framework governing everything and that the framework could be used. Dudley had heard him say the legal angle the way other men said "I'll pray about it." Harry was looking at him steadily. Not surprised, exactly. When did he ring? He asked. Tuesday afternoon. When he came home early. Who did he ring? I don't know. I only heard his side. Dudley pushed cereal around the bowl. He said, substantial interference with daily life and potential grounds for intervention, and then he said an address I didn't catch. Harry wrote something on his notepad. You knew something was coming, Dudley said. It wasn't an accusation. More like confirmation of something he'd already figured out. I had a feeling, Harry said. What time? 11. Dudley looked at the clock on the kitchen wall. 8:52. Do you know what it is? Not exactly. Harry set the pen down and looked at the notepad for a moment, then at Dudley. I think someone from the government. Not the regular government, he added, because Dudley's face had done something. The other one. The other one. Dudley had never heard it said plainly like that, just the other one, but he understood what it meant. There was the government you saw on the news, and then there was, the other government, the one his parents had spent 12 years pretending didn't exist except as a source of persecution. The magic government, Dudley said. Yeah. And they're coming here because of the snakes. Because of me, Harry said. The snakes are just what made it visible. Dudley ate more cereal and thought about this. Are you in trouble? Harry seemed to actually consider this question, which was not the answer Dudley had expected. He'd expected the automatic no that people said before they'd thought about it. Instead, Harry sat for a moment with his head slightly tilted, weighing it. Probably not the kind that lasts, Harry said finally. But you might be in trouble. There might be an attempt at trouble, Harry said, and the way he said it, the specific, unworried quality of it, made something shift in Dudley's chest. Not fear. Something that felt almost like being impressed, which was an emotion Dudley had not previously associated with Harry and which he didn't entirely know what to do with. He put the cereal bowl in the sink. He stood there for a moment. Can I be in the garden? He asked. When they come. I want to, I just want to see. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Long enough that Dudley started to regret asking. Yeah, Harry said. Stay near the house. Dudley went upstairs and sat in his room and waited, and tried to understand what was happening to him. Because something was happening to him. It had been happening slowly since Tuesday morning when he'd come downstairs to find his father standing in the hallway with the front door half open and the face of a man who has discovered that the floor is further down than he thought. It had been getting clearer every day, taking on a shape. The shape was something like this. Dudley had based his entire social identity, his entire sense of who he was and where he stood in every room he walked into, on being bigger and louder and more certain than the people around him. This had worked because the people around him were mainly his peers, who were easily managed, and Harry, who was easily frightened. Harry was not easily frightened anymore. Maybe had never been, in the deep-down true way. Maybe the frightening had always been a surface thing, a performance of the expected. And now the performance had stopped and what was left was, this. A 12-year-old sitting at a kitchen table with a notepad and a biro and an expression of calm, analytical attention, running his own intelligence network out of the back garden, preparing for a visit from the magical government the way a general prepares for a diplomatic meeting. Dudley sat on his bed. He thought, I spent 6 years making his life small. And he went and became, this. He didn't know what to do with that. He was 15 years old and he hadn't been given many tools for processing feelings that weren't hunger or anger or satisfaction, but he was sitting with something that didn't fit any of those categories and it was uncomfortable and important and he couldn't put it down. At 10:45 he went back downstairs. Harry was in the garden, standing in the middle of the lawn, facing the front gate. He'd changed into the least oversized of his awful collection of cast-off clothes, still too big, still shabby, but less clownish than usual. His hands were in his pockets. He was looking at the gate with the total stillness that Dudley had started to think of as Harry's real face. Not the careful invisible boy's stillness of before, but something active. Like the stillness of a coiled spring. Dudley came out and stood near the kitchen door, as instructed. At 10:58, the front gate opened. The woman who came through it was not what Dudley had expected, though he hadn't known what he was expecting. She was perhaps 50, trim and precise in the way of someone who decided a long time ago to be efficient about her physical presence. Grey suit, sensible shoes, dark hair going silver at the temples and pulled back with the kind of no-nonsense thoroughness that suggested she hadn't given her hair a second thought since 1987 and didn't intend to start. She carried a briefcase and a clipboard and she walked with the particular measured confidence of someone who goes through gates without hesitating. She stopped when she saw Harry. He hadn't moved. He was watching her come up the path with that level attentiveness, and when she stopped he didn't fill the silence. He just waited. "Harry Potter," she said. "Yes," Harry said. She looked at him for a moment, a quick, comprehensive look, the kind that Dudley associated with his father's business associates assessing a meeting room before they sat down. "My name is Cordelia Voss. I'm an investigative liaison with the Department of Magical Creature Management, seconded currently to the Office of Underage Magic Compliance." A pause. "I wonder if we might speak inside." "We can speak here," Harry said. "It's a nice morning." Something very small and very quick moved across Voss's face. Not irritation. More like recalibration. She looked around the garden with the same comprehensive eye she'd turned on Harry, and for just a moment Dudley saw it, the thing she was looking for. Her gaze went to the base of the fence, the shed, the flower bed. She knew. She'd done her homework. She knew there were snakes here and she was looking for them and not finding them, and the not finding was informing her in some way. "Very well," she said pleasantly, and she walked to the garden bench beside the kitchen door, Petunia's bench, the one with the iron armrests that nobody ever sat on, and sat down and opened her clipboard with the ease of someone who is completely comfortable conducting a field interview in a garden in Surrey. Dudley stayed near the door and said nothing and watched. "You've been in residence here for 3 weeks, Voss said, more statement than question." "Yes. And in that time there have been multiple reports to various local agencies about an unusual concentration of snakes in this area. Snake sightings on Privet Drive, surrounding streets, the local park." She looked up from the clipboard. "Your neighbors have been alarmed." "I've kept them on the property," Harry said. "They're not bothering anyone." "You've kept them," she repeated. Not disbelievingly. Just, noting the word. "Yes." "How many?" Harry seemed to think about this. "I'm not sure exactly. The number changes. I'd say somewhere between 20 and 30 at any given time." Voss wrote something on her clipboard. "And you're directing their behavior?" "I'm telling them where to stay and what to watch for." "Yes." "Through Parseltongue?" "Yes." The directness of his answers was doing something to the conversation. Dudley could feel it. Voss had arrived, he thought, expecting to manage a defensive and frightened child, and she was encountering something that required a different approach, and the adjustment was slight but visible. "Mr. Potter," she said, and her tone was shifting, getting away from the official register, becoming something more direct. "I want to be clear about why I'm here. I'm not here to punish you. I'm here because there are several overlapping concerns that have come to my office's attention, and the simplest way to address them is a conversation." She paused. "Your uncle contacted us." "I know," Harry said. Another tiny recalibration. He expressed concern about what he describes as threatening behavior in relation to the family's home and safety. "That's not what it is," Harry said. "Then explain what it is," Voss said simply, and for the first time there was something genuine in her voice, something that was actually asking rather than assessing. Harry looked at her for a moment. Dudley held his breath. "I came back to this house 3 weeks ago," Harry said, "after a year at Hogwarts in which I encountered Voldemort and stopped him from coming back to life. That's what my first year was." He said Voldemort without flinching, without the usual people's lowered voices and careful circumlocutions, just said it like a word. I came back here and I went back to the same situation I've been in my whole life, which is a house where I'm not wanted, where I get my food taken away when my uncle's in a bad mood, where I get my things broken, where I'm told to be quiet and small and grateful and invisible. I'm 12 years old and I have done things this summer that most adult wizards. He paused, and Dudley saw something cross his face, a flicker of something choosing not to be pride but being it anyway, that most adult wizards haven't done. And I was going back to being afraid of a man who's never done anything more threatening than shout very loudly. The garden was very quiet. The snakes are not a weapon, Harry continued. They're not a threat to my family and they're not hurting anyone. They are here because I am alone in this house with no way to protect myself and no one checking whether I'm alright, and this was the thing I could do about that. That's all it is. Voss had not written anything on her clipboard since he'd started speaking. She was watching him with an expression that had become something Dudley couldn't name, not the careful official neutrality she'd come in with, not sympathy exactly, something that sat between them and had weight. The underage magic restriction, she said, after a pause. Parseltongue isn't magic, Harry said. It's a language. I'm not casting spells. I'm talking. Voss's mouth did something. Not quite a smile. More like the involuntary acknowledgement of a point being scored. That argument, she said carefully, has a reasonable chance of holding up. I know, Harry said. Another pause, longer. The statute of secrecy, she said, and this one came out with a different quality. Not a challenge so much as a genuine problem being laid on the table. Multiple Muggle reports. Council inquiries. A pest control company engaged. The concentration of magical creatures in a Muggle area is not a violation, Harry said, because snakes are not classified magical creatures. They're animals. Common British wildlife. I've done nothing that requires magic to explain. Dudley looked at the woman on the bench. She was looking at Harry with an expression that had crossed over from professional assessment into something more personal. Something that looked, if Dudley was reading it right, like genuine respect, the kind you couldn't quite suppress even when you were trying to. You've prepared for this conversation, she said. I had advance notice, Harry said. How? He didn't answer that one. He just looked at her. Voss looked back. Then she looked at the garden, really looked at it this time, not the quick professional survey but a longer, more considered gaze, taking in the perfectly ordinary grass with its invisible inhabitants, the flower bed, the shed. Mr. Potter, she said, and now her voice was quiet. Not official quiet. Personal quiet. I want to say something to you that is not part of my official inquiry. All right, Harry said. What you've described, she said. The living arrangements. The food. The general situation here. That is something I am going to document. Not as evidence against you. As evidence. She held his gaze. There are people who should have been checking on this and haven't. That is a failure, and it's not yours. Harry was very still. Dudley, watching from the kitchen door, felt something happen in his throat. He swallowed against it. Is there anything you need? Voss asked. Right now. This week. A letter from you saying I'm allowed to contact my friends without my uncle threatening to lock my owl up, Harry said, and the flatness of it, the absolute ordinary pragmatism of the request, was somehow more affecting than anything else he'd said. Voss opened her briefcase. She took out a piece of parchment, cream-colored, not paper, and Dudley could see from where he was standing that when she pressed her pen to it, the writing caught a faint silver sheen. Official documentation. She wrote something, folded it, sealed it with a small gesture that didn't look like anything much but which made the parchment's edges glow briefly, and held it out. Harry walked over and took it. The investigation, Voss said, standing. Will be marked as resolved, pending a follow-up review of living arrangements. The pest control firm your uncle hired will receive a call from the department advising them that the area is clear. A pause. Whether it actually is will be your business. Harry looked at the letter in his hands, then back at her. Thank you, he said. Voss picked up her briefcase. She looked at him once more, with an expression he thought she might have been trying to keep off her face and hadn't quite managed. How old did you say you were? 12. Right, she said. She walked to the gate and through it and down the street, and she didn't look back. Harry stood on the lawn for a moment after she'd gone. Then he looked down at the letter in his hands and his face did something private and quick, something Dudley caught only the edge of. That went well, Dudley said. Yeah, Harry said. He sounded slightly surprised. They stood there for a moment, the two of them, in the garden that was secretly full of snakes, in the mid-morning Thursday sun. Then Dudley said, that bit. About the food. Did you mean that? He actually takes your food away? Harry looked at him. I live here too, Dudley said. It came out more defensive than he'd meant it. I didn't, I mean I knew, obviously, I'm not stupid. He stopped. I didn't know you were going to say it out loud to someone. Like that. It's true, Harry said. Simply. No accusation in it, which somehow made it worse. Dudley looked at the garden. At the perfect ordinary grass. He thought about the times at the table when Harry's plate had been taken away and Dudley had kept eating without saying anything, not because he didn't notice but because saying something would have been a kind of defection, a crossing of lines, and his whole architecture depended on the lines being where they were. He thought about the climbing frame. About the long moment of crying. I'm not, he started. Stopped. Tried again. I'm not a good person, he said. Like, I know that. I'm not going to pretend. But I'm not, I don't want to be like, he glanced toward the house. Didn't finish that sentence. You're 15, Harry said. You've got time. This was such an unexpected thing to say that Dudley stared at him for a moment. Besides, Harry said, and there was the ghost of something in it, a quality that might in the right light have been called dry, you've been significantly less awful this week than you've ever been. Statistically. Dudley laughed. He hadn't been expecting to. It came out slightly startled, a short genuine sound, and it was strange hearing it in the garden because gardens in his experience were for making sounds at Harry, not with him. Your friends, Dudley said, when the laugh had settled. The ones at school. Are they, good people, Harry said. Ron's brilliant. Hermione is terrifying in a really useful way. Are they coming here? This summer? Harry looked at him with slight surprise. I don't know. Maybe. Why? Just, Dudley said. Nothing. Just asking. He went inside before it could become more of a conversation than he could handle. He went upstairs and sat on his bed and looked at the wall and thought about what it meant that he'd just stood in the garden and watched his cousin handle a government official with more composure than his father managed in his best business meetings. What it meant that the government official had left giving Harry something rather than the other way around. What it meant that Harry had said you've got time without any edge to it, without using the opening Dudley had given him. He thought about the climbing frame. About the pig's tail. About 6 years of Harry's face doing the careful invisible thing. Then he did something he hadn't done in years, maybe ever. He opened the drawer of his bedside table and found a piece of paper, not Dudley's usual domain, the pen and paper, he was more of a phone-and-screen person, and he wrote a list. Not a neat list, not in Harry's tight precise handwriting, but a scrawled messy one. Things I've done. Not a full accounting. Just the ones that were sitting loudest. He looked at the list for a while. Then he folded it and put it in the drawer and thought, I don't know what to do with this yet. But I'm not throwing it away. Downstairs, Harry was at the kitchen table with his notepad again, updating his log. He wrote, Voss, resolved. Documentation filed. Pest control call coming. He drew a small box around the line and put a tick next to it. Then he wrote, "What she said about checking on me. Who should have been?" He sat with that for a while. Dumbledore knew the situation here. Harry had always understood this abstractly, that Dumbledore had placed him with the Dursleys, that Dumbledore knew what the Dursleys were, that this was in some sense deliberate. He'd never let himself think hard about it because thinking hard about it led to a feeling he wasn't sure what to do with. Something that wasn't quite anger and wasn't quite grief but partook of both. Vasa's words, "That is a failure, and it's not yours," were sitting in him like something lodged. He hadn't asked for them. He hadn't expected them. He hadn't known how much he needed to hear them said plainly by someone who had no reason to say them except that they were true. He looked at the letter she'd given him and then at the window, where the afternoon light was doing something warm and clear, and he thought, things can change. Things can be different than they've been. This whole summer is proof of that. He reached out to the network, gentle, light, a quick check. All quiet. The snakes had retreated appropriately during Vasa's visit, staying below sight lines, and now they were drifting back to their positions with the unhurried professionalism that he'd come to think of as their general mode. The large snake at the back fence. The gate warden. The scouts along the perimeter. The woman, the large snake said. She knew we were here. Yes, Harry said. She was not afraid. No. She wasn't. Is she an enemy? Harry thought about this carefully, because it mattered to get right. Not an enemy, he said finally. But not entirely safe, either. She's someone who follows rules, and the rules might not always be on my side. Keep an eye out if she comes back. Note everything. Don't do anything. We understand, the large snake said. At 5:30, Vernon came home. He came in through the front door and stood in the hallway, and the house felt different, and he could tell that it felt different before he processed why. Harry was at the kitchen table. Not trying to be invisible. Just sitting there. The woman from the government came, Harry said. Vernon stared at him. The investigation's been resolved. They're calling off the pest control. Harry slid Vasa's letter across the table. She left this. You might want to read it. It's about documentation. Vernon picked up the letter with the expression of a man who has planned an operation and arrived to find the battle already over. He read it. His color changed twice. He set it down. The snakes, he said. Are staying, Harry said. Vernon looked at him for a very long time. Standing in his own kitchen, in his own house, in the life he'd spent 30 years building into a fortress against anything unusual or difficult or real. Looking at the boy who had been, for 12 years, the most uncomfortable truth he'd had to live with. 12 years of successful containment, and then one night and one conversation on a dark garden step, and now this. He sat down. He picked up the letter again and looked at it without reading it. The documentation, he said, quietly. Yes, Harry said. That's about the food. Yes. Vernon was quiet. I'm not going to do anything with it, Harry said. I'm not trying to get you in trouble. I just want this summer to be different from the other summers. That's all I want. Vernon looked at him. His expression was the most complicated thing Dudley, watching from the kitchen doorway, had ever seen on his father's face. The bluster was gone. The careful management was gone. What was left was just, a man. A slightly frightened, slightly ashamed, very ordinary man who had made a series of choices and was looking at their consequences. Different, Vernon said. Different, Harry confirmed. Vernon put the letter down. He stood up. He went to the fridge and looked in it for a while, not the automatic survey of a man who knows what he wants, but the aimless looking of a man who needs something to do with his hands. I'll have dinner ready at 7, he said. It wasn't an apology. It wasn't a concession. It was just, a statement. A small, ordinary, domestic statement that in context meant something it had never meant before. "All right," Harry said. Dudley watched his father cook dinner, which his father never did, and Harry read his book at the table, and the kitchen held a silence that was nothing like any silence Dudley had experienced in it before. When he went to bed that night, the list in his drawer felt slightly lighter than it had. And in the garden, the snakes kept watch in the warm dark, and everything was different, and not one of them had needed to do a single threatening thing. Chapter 4. The woman from the ministry. Cordelia Voss had been with the Ministry of Magic for 23 years. She'd started in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes at 22, fresh out of a distinguished Ravenclaw career that her professors had described variously as exceptional, relentless, and, in one memorable case, exhausting to teach because she was right too often. She'd worked her way through 3 departments over 2 decades, accumulating a reputation that could be summarized as follows: Voss got it right. Not quickly always, not elegantly always, but right. She had an instinct for the gap between what a situation appeared to be and what it actually was, and she had the patience to wait until those two things came into alignment. She'd been seconded to the Office of Underage Magic Compliance 8 months ago, which was supposed to be a quiet posting. A bridge toward her intended promotion to Senior Investigative Director. Low stakes, routine, a collection of cases involving teenagers who'd accidentally levitated their siblings or performed minor accidental magic in front of Muggle neighbors. The kind of cases that resolved themselves in a single visit and a firm letter. Harry Potter's file had arrived on her desk on a Tuesday, and by Thursday morning she'd read it 4 times. Not because it was complicated. Because it wasn't. The file was conspicuously, deliberately thin. 1 page of residential information. 1 note about the trace showing no underage magical activity since the boys' return from Hogwarts. A single paragraph from the Hogwarts end-of-year report noting that Potter, Harry James, had demonstrated exceptional magical aptitude in his first year and had been involved in an incident involving the attempted theft of a protected artifact, details classified at the headmaster's discretion. Classified at the headmaster's discretion. Voss had looked at that phrase for a long time. She had then made 3 inquiries, discreet ones, the kind she'd learned to make over 23 years in ways that didn't leave obvious trails. The first inquiry was about the Potter's residence at Godric's Hollow and the circumstances surrounding the night of October 31, 1981. The second was about the nature of the protective enchantment placed on the Privet Drive property, which she'd identified from the ward readings taken during her night reconnaissance as something old and profoundly powerful, unlike anything currently in standard ministry use. The third inquiry was about Harry Potter's position in relation to the prophecy recorded in the Hall of Prophecy, Department of Mysteries. The first inquiry came back with redacted documents. The second came back with a note from the Department of Mysteries saying the ward type was recognized but its specific mechanics were classified. The third came back with a politely worded message from an unspeakable she'd worked with twice before, a man named Croker who she trusted, which said simply, "Don't pull that thread, Cordelia." Not yet. So she'd gone to Privet Drive with her clipboard and her briefcase and her official capacity, and she'd found, not what she'd expected. She'd expected a traumatized child. That was the most likely outcome of everything she knew about the situation, 11 years in that house, the file that documented nothing because nothing had been checked, the Dursley complaint which was transparently a frightened man using official channels as a weapon. Traumatized children were something she knew how to work with. She had a methodology. A language for it. A way of being in the room. She had not expected Harry Potter. She sat in her office on Friday morning, the day after the Privet Drive visit, with a cup of tea going cold at her elbow and her case notes open, and she was writing a report, which should have been straightforward, which was not straightforward. The facts were simple: no underage magic violation, no statute of secrecy breach, no actionable misconduct. Case closed. That was the report she should be writing. The report she was actually writing was longer and kept stopping in places where she couldn't make her pen move forward because the next sentence required her to say something she wasn't sure she was clear to say. She wrote, "Subject demonstrated unusual degree of composure and strategic awareness for age cohort." She looked at that and crossed it out. She wrote, "Living arrangements at primary residence require formal review under the Wizarding Family Welfare Provisions, 1973. She looked at that and left it. She wrote, "The nature and extent of the Parselmouth ability as demonstrated raises questions about," she stopped again. Tapped the pen against the desk. Harry Potter had looked at her across that garden with eyes that had seen something. She'd known it the moment she'd walked through the gate and found him standing there, not retreating to the house, not hedging, just standing on the lawn in the morning sun waiting for her with the stillness of a person who has already decided how things are going to go. She knew that quality. She'd cultivated it herself over 2 decades. It wasn't arrogance. It was something quieter and more serious than arrogance. He was 12 years old. She picked up her tea, found it cold, set it down, and decided to do something she hadn't been planning to do when she'd woken up that morning. She was going back. Not officially. She'd close the case file today, which would satisfy the office and get Vernon Dursley's complaint marked as resolved. But there were questions sitting on her desk that the closed file wouldn't answer, and Cordelia Voss, in 23 years, had never been comfortable leaving questions sitting. She picked up her quill and finished the report and then opened her second desk drawer and took out a different notebook, personal, not official, small brown cover, the one she'd been keeping for 11 years. Since the night someone had left a child on a doorstep in Surrey and she'd been the duty officer who'd processed the ward notification and had asked her supervisor who was checking on the boy and had been told it was handled and had written it down because something had felt wrong about the answer, even then. She opened it to a fresh page and wrote, "Harry Potter. Privet Drive. He knows what he's doing. Find out how much." She paused. Then she added, "And find out who's been watching out for him. Because someone should have been." Harry felt her coming before he heard the gate. This was something new in the network's behavior that he'd been noticing over the past few days. The snakes had developed a kind of alert system, a ripple that moved inward from the perimeter with a quality that was distinct from the ordinary background information flow. Not language exactly, more like a change in atmospheric pressure. When it came from the front gate he'd learned to interpret it as, someone at the gate. He was in the back garden when the ripple came, sitting in the sun with Hermione's books spread around him. She'd sent the package yesterday, for texts wrapped in brown paper with a typically Hermione note that said, "Please be careful with the spine on the crab, it's very old," and he looked up from Parseltongue in symbolic power and said quietly to the nearest snake, "Who?" "The woman from before," the gate snake said. "She came on foot. She is alone. She is not carrying the flat board she carried last time. No clipboard." That was interesting. Harry closed the book and stood and thought for about 3 seconds. He could stay in the back garden and let Petunia answer the door, which would create a complication. He could go in through the kitchen and go upstairs and not answer at all, which would accomplish nothing. Or he could go to the front door. He went to the front door. He opened it before she'd knocked. Voss stood on the step with her hands in the pockets of a different jacket, not the gray suit from yesterday, something more casual, dark green, less official. Her expression when he opened the door was briefly, genuinely surprised, which he counted. "You knew I was here," she said. "I had a feeling," Harry said. Same answer as yesterday for Dudley. It felt equally accurate. She looked at him for a moment. "May I come in?" He stepped back and held the door, and she came in, and they stood in the hallway of number 4 Privet Drive, which was very clean and very ordinary and smelled of Petunia's furniture polish, and Harry said, "Aunt Petunia is at the shops. My uncle's at work. Dudley's upstairs." "I know this isn't an official visit," Voss said. "I closed your file this morning. The complaint has been dismissed. I'm here," she paused, in the way of someone choosing their words with genuine care, "because there are questions I didn't ask yesterday that I should have. And because the answers might matter." Harry looked at her. "For what?" "For you," she said. Simply. No official wrapper around it. He took her through to the kitchen because that was where everything happened in this house, and Voss sat at the table in the chair Vernon used and Harry sat opposite her in the chair he always used, and for a moment it was purely domestic, two people at a kitchen table, which given what they'd already covered in the past 24 hours felt almost funny. "The ward on this house," Voss said. "I took readings the night before I came to see you." "I know," Harry said. "You walked the perimeter twice. Around 2 in the morning. She went still. The snake on the back fence. And the one near the side gate. Yes. She absorbed this. The ward readings I got were unlike anything in current ministry use. The closest analog in the literature is blood sacrifice magic, but it's not, it doesn't feel like what that usually leaves. It's warmer. More, alive." She was choosing these words carefully, he could tell, picking from a technical vocabulary and deliberately setting it aside in favor of something more direct. "I need to understand what you know about it." "My mother died protecting me," Harry said. "Dumbledore told me at the end of term. Her love left something behind in me," he said. "A protection. As long as I can call this place home, it holds." Voss's face did something. "That's what he told you?" "Yes. And does it feel accurate to you? From the inside?" Harry thought about this seriously because she was asking seriously. He thought about the first night in the garden, what the snake had said, "It smells like a door locked from the inside with love." "It feels like something real," he said. "Something that doesn't have edges, if that makes sense. Most magic I've seen has a kind of shape to it. This doesn't. It's more like weather." Voss was writing in a small notebook, the brown-covered one, and she was writing quickly. "And Dumbledore explained that you need to be here specifically? At this address? He said I need to be able to call it home. That the blood connection to Petunia is part of it." "Right." She was quiet for a moment, writing. "Harry. Can I ask you something direct?" "You've been direct the whole time," Harry said. "I've appreciated it." She looked up at him. "Are you safe here?" "Not, is there magic protecting you? I mean in the ordinary human sense. Are you safe?" The question sat in the kitchen. Harry thought about the coal. About 3 weeks of food being taken away. About Vernon's face in the doorway and the careful quietness of the door being closed. About Dudley's list in the drawer upstairs, which he didn't know about but suspected, because something had shifted in Dudley and you didn't make that particular kind of shift without sitting down and looking at things. "I'm safer than I was a week ago," he said. That was accurate. "That's not the same thing as safe." "No," he said. "It's not." She wrote something else. "I'm going to file a welfare documentation report. Separate from the case file, which is closed. The welfare report goes to a different department, one that doesn't answer to the same chain of command as underage magic compliance." She paused. "It will eventually reach someone who answers to Dumbledore." "I know," Harry said. "That doesn't concern you. Should it?" He looked at her directly. I don't think Dumbledore is my enemy. I think he makes decisions without telling me things. I think he has plans that I'm part of but haven't been consulted on. And I think sometimes his idea of protecting me and actually protecting me are different things." He paused. "But an enemy would be someone who wanted me hurt. He doesn't want me hurt." Voss was looking at him with that expression again. The one she'd had at the end of yesterday's meeting that he suspected she hadn't intended to show. "You've thought about this carefully," she said. "I've had a quiet summer," Harry said, dry. "Lots of time to think." She almost smiled. It moved through the corner of her mouth and disappeared efficiently. "The Parselmouth ability," she said, shifting. "How long have you known about it?" "Since last year at Hogwarts. A dueling club incident. But I spoke to a snake when I was 9, at a zoo, without knowing what I was doing." "And you've never had instruction in it?" There's no instruction in it, as far as I know, Harry said. It's not taught at Hogwarts. I've been doing research. He gestured at the pile of books on the end of the table, which he'd brought in from the garden when the gate ripple came, through texts Hermione found. There's a documented tradition of Parselmouth practitioners using the ability to protect communities. Medieval period. They were called serpent wardens. Voss looked at the books. At the notepad beside them. At the neat handwriting of his research notes. Iphigenia crab, she said, recognizing the spine. I read that at 22. I thought the serpent warden accounts were mythologized. The accounts are consistent across 4 independent sources, Harry said, written in different centuries, with different theoretical frameworks, and they agree on the core mechanics. That's not myth, that's history with a PR problem. The almost smile came back. This time it lasted a full second before Voss recalled it to duty. You're 12, she said. Not as surprised this time. More like the second or third time someone says a thing because they're still adjusting. People keep saying that like it explains something, Harry said. I don't think age is the variable people think it is. No, Voss said, and this time the smile stayed. Brief, genuine, unguarded. I suppose it isn't. She closed the notebook. I'm going to tell you something that I'm telling you as an individual, not as a ministry official. Are you following the distinction? Yes. There are people in this building, she meant the ministry, he understood, who are going to become aware of what you're doing here sooner or later. The case file being closed buys time. The pest control situation resolving quietly buys time. But Dumbledore has people who watch for things, and your name is a name people watch for, and eventually someone is going to look at a report about an unusual concentration of snakes in Surrey and put it together. She held his gaze. When that happens, how it gets framed will matter. There's a version of this story that reads as a 12-year-old boy who was frightened and alone doing something extraordinary and ancient and historically defensible to protect himself. And there's a version that reads as the heir of Slytherin establishing a dark creature network in a Muggle residential area. Harry looked at her steadily. Which version will you tell? The first one, she said, without hesitating. Why? She picked up her notebook and tucked it inside her jacket. She stood up and looked at him across the kitchen table, and her expression had the quality of someone deciding how honest to be and landing on, entirely. Because I have had this boy's file on my desk since I joined this office, she said. A file that is thin because no one was paying attention. Because someone powerful decided that the way to keep you safe was to keep you contained and small and away from anything that might make you a target, including information and resources and people who could help. And I've been watching the gap between what that file says and what any reasonable person would have done about it for 8 months. She paused. And yesterday I met you, and you had done, entirely by yourself, with no resources and no help, what a trained adult with ministry backing should have done for you 11 years ago. So. Another pause. First version. Harry stood at the kitchen table for a moment after she finished. Something in his chest was doing the strange thing it had done when she'd said that's a failure and it's not yours, the lodged feeling, the thing settling into a space that had been empty and hadn't admitted it. I have a question, he said. Ask. The woman at the top of the chain of command above you. The one who makes decisions about how things get framed. How much does she know about what's actually happening here? Voss looked at him. Cornelius Fudge is a man, technically, though your instinct to expect a woman at the top of things is correct and I choose to take it as a compliment. And he knows very little. His approach to things he doesn't understand is to minimize them until they go away. She paused. Which is actually helpful for you, right now. A minister who doesn't understand what you're doing is less dangerous than one who does and objects. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore knows more than Fudge. Dumbledore knows almost everything, usually. But his knowing and his acting are, she considered, not the same thing. He moves slowly. He calculates. He'll see the welfare report and he'll see the case closure and he'll know I came here twice, and he'll let it sit while he decides what it means. She picked up her briefcase from beside the door, which she'd set down when she'd come in. You have time. Use it. For what? She stopped at the kitchen door. Turned back. For whatever you've been doing, she said. Getting information. Building something. Preparing. She looked at him with an expression that had moved entirely beyond the official register and become something personal and direct and serious. Something is coming, Harry. You know it. I know it. The people in comfortable offices who prefer not to know it, they know it too, they're just choosing not to. When it arrives, the question of what you've built and who's standing with you is going to matter enormously. She paused. Don't waste the summer. She went out through the hallway and Harry heard the front door open and close with a neat, final click. He stood in the kitchen. After a moment he sat back down at the table, opened his notepad, and wrote, Voss, ally. Provisionally. But real. He underlined it twice. Then he thought about what she'd said. Don't waste the summer. He pulled the stack of books toward him and opened Crabbe to the chapter he'd been marking, Chapter 7, The Warden's Range, Geographic Limits of the Serpent Communication Network, and read it with a new kind of attention. Not just curiosity. Strategy. The chapter was dense and old-fashioned in its language, but the core argument was clear: a serpent warden's reach was not fixed. It was determined by the density of the snake population within range, the strength of the warden's voice, and crucially, the willingness of individual serpents to serve as relay nodes. The medieval wardens had maintained networks covering entire counties, in some documented cases entire regions, by establishing trusted senior serpents who functioned as lieutenants, extending the network beyond what any one person could hold in their direct awareness. Harry looked at the large snake's position on his mental map of the garden. He hadn't thought about hierarchy within the court beyond the vague acknowledgement that the large snake seemed to be first among them. But Crabbe was describing something more deliberate. Named lieutenants. Defined territories. Chains of relay. He wrote, expand the network structure. Define lieutenants. Extend range. Below that, what are we looking for? What do I actually need to know? He wrote 4 things, because they were the 4 things that mattered. 1. Anything unusual in the area, strangers, surveillance, repeated unusual behavior. 2. Communication attempts, owls, other magical methods. 3. Voldemort's people, Death Eaters, informants. Do they come near here? 4. The car. Find out whose. He stared at number 3 for a moment. He'd been circling it for days, not quite letting himself write it down. But Voss had said it, something is coming, and the summer felt increasingly like a pause rather than a rest, and he was not going to sit in a garden waiting to be surprised. He went outside. The large snake was under the shed. Harry sat cross-legged on the step and reached for the connection and found it immediately now, clean and direct, the weeks of practice showing. I need to talk about the structure of the court, he said. I have been thinking the same, the large snake said, which meant it had been paying attention, which was not surprising but was still somehow satisfying to confirm. How many would you say are reliable? Consistent, sharp, good range. A pause for genuine assessment. 7. Possibly 8. The one near the park is excellent. The one at the main road is tireless. The 2 at the back fence are steady. I want to name 7 of them as lieutenants. Give them defined territories and relay responsibility. I want the network to reach further, toward the main road consistently, toward the railway, toward the edge of town. He paused. I want to be able to reach anything that's moving through this part of Surrey. The large snake was still for a long moment. When it spoke, there was something in the quality of the silence before it that Harry had learned to read as considered response, not slow, just thorough. There is something you should know, it said. About the network as it stands. 3 nights ago, a snake reached us from the east. Not one of the court. A traveling snake, passing through. It carried a scent we recognized. Harry went very still. What scent? Death, the large snake said, with the flat factual quality with which snakes said everything. Not fresh. Old. Carried on scales that have been near death for a long time. And beneath it, something cold. Not natural cold. Unnatural cold. The hair on Harry's arms stood up. What direction did it come from? East. Then north. It was moving fast for a snake, which means it was frightened. Frightened snakes move toward safety or away from threat. It was moving away. Did it say anything? To any of the court? It did not know it was in a court. It was passing through. But the gate snake spoke to it, and it said, another pause, longer this time, the large snake working through translation issues, it said that something in the eastern fields had woken up that should not be awake. Something that did not smell like anything it knew. And then it left quickly. Harry sat on the step for a long time without speaking. The eastern fields. East of Surrey, the countryside opened up. Villages. Farms. Open land. Something waking up that shouldn't be awake. Voldemort was somewhere. Not powerful, not embodied, Dumbledore had said so, had said he was diminished, barely alive, clinging to existence in the shadows. But somewhere. And if the things in the eastern countryside were frightened, he opened his notepad again and added a fifth item to his list. 5. The East. Find out what's there. The afternoon sun moved across the garden and the snakes kept their quiet watch, and Harry Potter sat at the center of his network and felt it for the first time as what it actually was. Not just a guard for one house on one street. The beginning of something larger. Something that could see. He thought about Voss's last words. Don't waste the summer. He turned to a fresh page in the notepad. He wrote at the top, plan. And then he started writing. Chapter 5, Letters in Scales. Ron Weasley arrived on a Tuesday with no warning whatsoever. Harry heard the car before he saw it, not through the network, through his actual ears, because it was mid-afternoon and he was in the front room returning a book to his bag when the sound of a vehicle that was working considerably harder than its engine warranted came rattling down Privet Drive with the distinctive mechanical confidence of something that had no business being on the road but had decided not to let that stop it. He looked out the window. The car was turquoise. That was the first thing. Turquoise and old, a Ford Anglia with a slightly tilted front bumper and what appeared to be a bird's nest lodged optimistically in the gap between the bonnet and the windscreen frame. It came down the road at a speed that suggested the driver had learned the theoretical components of driving without necessarily internalizing the practical ones, and it stopped in front of number 4 with a sound like a kettle making a final complaint. Arthur Weasley got out of the driver's side looking delighted with everything. Ron got out of the passenger side looking like he'd been holding on to something for the entire journey and was only now releasing his grip. Behind Ron, 2 more red heads unfolded themselves from the back, Fred and George, who looked exactly like people who had thoroughly enjoyed the drive in a way that suggested they were the reason Ron had been gripping things. Harry was at the front door before they reached the gate. Harry. Ron's whole face did the thing it did, the complete, unguarded pleasure of it, the smile that had no calculation in it whatsoever. He came through the gate and they did the brief, awkward, not quite hug that 12-year-old boys did when they were genuinely glad to see each other and hadn't developed the social framework to express it cleanly. You didn't write that you were coming, Harry said. Dad decided this morning, Ron said, dropping his voice slightly, with a look toward Arthur that communicated, Dad is Dad, and explaining Dad takes longer than we have. He's been worried. Since your letter about he stopped, glanced at his father, who was examining the garden gate with the happy intensity of a man who has found an interesting beetle. The situation, Harry finished. Yeah. The situation. Arthur Weasley appeared at Ron's shoulder, beaming. He was wearing Muggle clothes, jeans and a short-sleeved shirt with what appeared to be a pattern of small golden anchors on it, with the enthusiasm of a man who had assembled an outfit from a category rather than a specific cultural context. "Harry. Wonderful to see you. Wonderful house. Very symmetrical." He looked at the house with genuine admiring attention. "Is that UPVC on the window frames? Fascinating. Molly thought we should ring ahead, but I said the boy's in the middle of something important and," he caught Ron's look, "anyway. We're here. Hope that's all right." "More than all right," Harry said, and meant it. Fred and George came through the gate with the coordinated loose energy of people who moved through the world as a unit. They looked at Harry. They looked at each other. Some entire conversation happened in about a third of a second. "So," Fred said. "The snake thing," George said. "Heard about it. Ron's letters. Sounded brilliant." "Is it brilliant?" Harry looked at them. "Come into the back garden," he said. Petunia was in the kitchen when they came through, and her face did something extraordinary, a rapid sequence of expressions covering alarm, forced pleasantness, resignation, and the particular strain of someone trying very hard to behave normally while their kitchen filled up with Weasleys. Arthur shook her hand with great warmth and told her the kitchen was marvelous and asked about the microwave with such genuine scientific curiosity that Petunia, who had no defenses for being treated as an expert on something she actually knew about, found herself explaining the rotating plate mechanism in more detail than she'd intended. Harry got everyone into the back garden. Ron stepped onto the lawn and looked around at what appeared to be a completely ordinary garden on a completely ordinary Tuesday afternoon. "I don't see, back fence," Harry said quietly. "Under the shed. Base of the wall on the right." Ron looked. He was quiet for a moment. Then, "Oh. Yeah." Fred and George were looking too, with the alert-eyed attention of people who'd spent several years identifying things that other people missed. "There's one on the wall," Fred said. "Two," George said. "The second one's in the gap near the rose bush." "How many total?" Fred asked. "Changes," Harry said. "Usually between 25 and 35 during the day. More at night." Arthur Weasley, who had been looking at the garden with the expression of a man confronting something that was making him feel several things at once, turned to Harry. His face had shifted from the bright easy happiness of the drive over to something more serious and more genuine. "How are you managing it?" he asked quietly. Not the light question it might have been. The real question. "Getting better at it," Harry said. "I've been reading. There's a documented tradition," Hermione found the books, called the Serpent Warden Practice. Medieval period. "It's not dark magic." "No," Arthur said softly, "it isn't." He was looking at the garden with a quality of attention Harry hadn't seen on him before, not the sunny enthusiasm for Muggle artifacts, but something careful and respectful. "My grandmother had a saying about Parseltongue. Everyone else was afraid of it, but she'd say, 'A gift is what you do with it. Not what people say about it.'" He looked at Harry. "She'd have found this remarkable." "Does Mrs. Weasley know?" Harry asked. Arthur's expression shifted into something warm and slightly rueful. "Your name came up in a letter from Dumbledore," he said, with the careful diplomacy of a man who has had to mediate between several strong forces for most of his adult life. "A general letter. Encouraging the family to keep an eye on you." He paused. Molly interpreted this as an instruction to come immediately. "I told her to wait." "Compromise," he gestured at the car on the street. "She'll come herself if I don't write," Ron said. "Right," Harry said. "Tell her I'm fine. Actually tell her, because if it sounds like I'm telling you what to write she'll know." Ron grinned. "Yeah, she will." They spread out across the garden. Fred and George immediately began a systematic, professional assessment of the snake positions, moving along the fence line with the patient thoroughness of people who are genuinely interested and also mentally filing away information for purposes that were probably at least 40% non-malicious. Arthur sat on the concrete step and Harry sat beside him, and Ron dropped into the grass cross-legged and looked up at Harry with the expression that meant he'd been saving questions up since the last letter and was now going to deploy them. "The thing you wrote about the East," Ron said. "The snake that came through. Did you get any more on that?" "Some," Harry said. He'd spent the 4 days since Voss's second visit pushing the network eastward with increasing focus, establishing relay points along routes he'd mapped from Dudley's school atlas. The picture assembling itself from the incoming information was partial and frustrating and worrying in specific ways he was still trying to characterize. "There's something out there. I can't pin down what. The snakes in the eastern area are displaced. Moving away from a particular stretch of countryside. One of the long-range scouts I sent out came back yesterday." "What did it say?" "That there's a farm about 12 miles east that the local snake population has completely abandoned. Every snake in the surrounding fields gone. Cold scent in the empty burrows." He paused. "And the grass in a wide radius around the farm is dying. Not drought, not disease. Just dead. Like something has taken the warmth out of the ground." Ron was quiet. He was looking at the garden but not seeing it, looking inward at something. "That sounds like what Bill described from a site in Bulgaria," he said slowly. "He wrote to Dad about it last year. Places where you know who had sheltered for extended periods. Left a signature in the land." "Ron," Harry said. I know, you say the name, I'm still," Ron shook himself slightly. "Where Voldemort had sheltered," he said, with the careful deliberate quality of someone doing something that cost them slightly. "Bill said the magical residue from his diminished state was like a kind of anti-life. Not dark magic exactly. More like absence," Harry said. "Yeah. Absence." Ron was quiet again. "Harry, if he's 12 miles from here, I know. Does Dumbledore know?" "I don't know what Dumbledore knows," Harry said, and there was an edge in it. "Not anger. Something more precise than anger. That's one of the problems." Arthur was listening to this exchange with an expression that was doing several things simultaneously. Parental concern was there, and professional attention. He worked in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office but he understood the broader picture. Harry had always sensed this, and something else, something that looked like a man recalibrating who he was talking to. Arthur Weasley was kind and enthusiastic and fundamentally decent, and he was also not stupid, and right now his not stupid was very visible. "I'll send an owl to Dumbledore," Arthur said carefully. "He already knows something," Harry said. "He told me at the end of term that Voldemort was somewhere seeking a host. That was all he told me." He looked at Arthur directly. "I'd like to know more than that." Arthur held his gaze. "I'll be honest with you, Harry. There are things Dumbledore holds close for reasons that are," a pause, choosing carefully, "not always comfortable but are usually defensible. He is not reckless. He thinks in longer terms than most people can follow." "I know," Harry said. "But I'm the one who lives 12 miles from wherever Voldemort is sheltering, and I found out about it because I built a snake network, not because anyone told me." This sat in the garden for a moment. "Right," Arthur said, after a pause. "Right." He rubbed the back of his neck in the gesture Ron made when he was thinking hard. "Like father like son. I'll ask directly. I won't promise what kind of answer you'll get." "That's fair," Harry said. Fred appeared from the far end of the garden. "There are 31, he said, as if someone had asked. "And the one under the shed is the largest. It's been watching us since we came through the gate." He looked at Harry with the direct, uncomplicated respect of someone who has no agenda about what they're looking at. "That's properly remarkable, mate." "Thanks," Harry said. "Not a compliment," Fred said. "Statement of fact. We don't give compliments, do we?" "Not to people who don't need them," George said, appearing beside his twin with the timing they maintained like a perfectly synchronized clock. "People who need compliments are people who are uncertain about themselves." You clearly are not uncertain about this. Definitely not, Fred agreed. Harry looked at the two of them. What did you think I was going to be, when you got here? Nervous, Fred said, without hesitating. Hiding it a bit, George said. Like you do at school when something's going wrong and you don't want to be a bother about it. You do that, Fred confirmed. It's mildly annoying. We prefer you like this, George said. So does Ron, Fred said, with a sideways look at Ron that Ron responded to by throwing a small twig at him. I'm right here, Ron said. Harry looked at his best friend sitting in the grass in the back garden of number 4 Privet Drive, in the sun, surrounded by his family, and felt something loosen in his chest that he hadn't fully noticed was tight. This was the thing about Ron, not his loyalty, which was real, or his humor, which was reliable, but his consistency. Ron's fundamental orientation toward Harry had always been the same. No assessment. No weighing of usefulness. Just, there you are. Come look at something, Harry said. He led Ron to the back of the garden and sat down near the large snake's position under the shed, and he reached for the connection and said, without preamble, I have a friend here. He won't be able to understand you, but I'd like him to see you. Is that all right? The large snake came out from under the shed. It moved at its characteristic pace, deliberate, unhurried, with the authority of something that has never once felt it needed to rush, and came to rest approximately 2 feet from Harry, head raised, regarding Ron with calm, comprehensive attention. Ron did not run. This was, Harry thought, one of Ron's genuinely excellent qualities, that his reflexive fear of spiders, which was profound and well documented, did not map onto snakes, and that more generally his physical courage was real even when his verbal courage flagged. He went still, eyes wide, but he stayed. That is a big snake, Ron said quietly. She says hello, Harry said. She. Ron swallowed. Hello, he said, to the snake, politely, which Harry thought was perfect. The large snake's head tilted slightly and she made a sound, low and textured, that Harry translated in his head as something roughly equivalent to adequate. She thinks you're adequate, Harry said. High praise from a snake I expect, Ron said, with the thin bravery of someone maintaining dignity under pressure, and Harry laughed, properly, the kind that came from somewhere real. Hermione arrived that evening. She did not arrive with family. She arrived via a ministry-approved port key. Her parents had written to the ministry, apparently, asking about safe transport options for their daughter visiting a classmate, and the ministry had provided a supervised transport service that deposited her at the nearest Muggle post office on the main road. Harry knew she was coming because she'd sent a letter that morning, arriving with a different owl, her own, a small brown owl named Pigwidgeon II, which she refused to explain further, that said only, coming today, approximately 6 p.m. I have brought the books and also some important thoughts. Please ensure there is somewhere to sit. Hermione. She arrived at 6:14 with a bag that was clearly heavier than it looked, with the faint shimmer around it that Harry recognized as a ministry-approved undetectable extension charm, which Hermione had clearly both researched and obtained approval for because Hermione did not do things without approval, she did them with preemptive comprehensive approval filed in triplicate. She came through the gate and stopped. She looked at the garden, at Harry, at Ron, at Fred and George who were sitting on the back fence inexplicably, at Arthur who was in deep conversation with Dudley about the central heating, and then at the garden itself, at the grass and the shadows, and her face did what Hermione's face did when she encountered something she'd read about and was now seeing confirmed in reality. A very specific expression, not surprise, because she'd prepared herself, but the satisfaction of theoretical and practical knowledge aligning. The court, she said. Yes, Harry said. How many? Currently 31. Crabbe suggests in Chapter 11 that the natural stable ceiling for a warden's court is 47. Something about the limit of what can be maintained through a single consciousness without specialist training. She set her bag down on the step and looked at him with bright, serious attention. Have you been getting headaches? When I push the range, Harry said. That's the concentration threshold. There are exercises in the Vance manuscript, I didn't send that one, I only found it last week, that are supposed to extend it. I've been translating the relevant sections. Some of it is in a very archaic form of written Parseltongue that, she stopped. Sorry. Hello. How are you? How have the Dursleys been? Sit down first, Harry said. Then all of it. She sat down on the step. Ron came and sat beside her. The evening was warm, and the garden held all of them, and the snakes stayed where they were in their patient invisible way, and for a while it was simply that, friends in a garden in summer, talking. But the content of the talking was not simple. Hermione had brought 6 books, a roll of her own research notes, and 3 specific pieces of information she'd gathered in the 2 weeks since her first letter, which she laid out with the precision and sequence of someone who had been organizing this presentation in her head since the portkey. First, she said, Parseltongue as a written language. It exists. It's not commonly known. The standard academic position is that Parseltongue is purely oral, can't be transcribed, has no written form, and this is wrong. There is a written form, it's just old and most modern scholars haven't seen it because the primary documents are held in 3 private collections, one of which is Gringotts, one of which is a private family vault, and one of which is in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. She looked at Harry. I checked the restricted section catalogue last term. The relevant text is there. It's called Slí na Paist, that's Irish, means something like, the way of the serpent, and it's listed under dark arts, which is why no one looks at it, but based on cross-references I've found in 3 other sources, it's not dark arts. It's pre-classification. It predates the whole dark arts category by several centuries. Can we get access to it at school? Harry asked. Probably not through normal channels, Hermione said, with the tone of someone who has already thought about the abnormal channels and is only slightly uncomfortable about having done so. Okay. Second thing. Second. She unrolled her notes to a particular section and held it up, though really she was reading from memory, using the notes as an anchor point. The network range question. I've been looking at the documented ranges from the medieval warden cases and there's a pattern. The records that describe the longest ranges, county-wide, in 2 cases regional, all have one thing in common. They all describe the warden establishing what Crabbe calls a primary node. A single highly intelligent and trusted serpent through whom most major communication flowed and who effectively extended the warden's consciousness outward. She looked over her notes at Harry. You have one. The large one under the shed. She's been functioning as a natural primary node already. Formally recognizing her and strengthening the communication bond with her specifically should extend your range significantly. Harry turned to look at the shed. Through the familiar sense of the network he could feel the large snake's attention on the conversation, not following it, not comprehending the English, but aware of the directed attention. What does formally recognizing mean in practice? He asked. A named bond, Hermione said. You name her. She accepts. In the warden tradition it was treated as something like a solemn agreement, the snake becoming a permanent member of the court rather than a recruited volunteer. She paused. She would need to choose it. It can't be commanded. Harry nodded slowly. He'd ask her. When it was quiet. Third thing, Hermione said, and her voice shifted slightly, losing the bright research quality, picking up something more careful. The Eastern situation. Everyone in the garden went slightly still. Even Fred and George, who had been conducting a quiet argument about something, stopped. Ron told me, she said. On the phone, this afternoon. The displaced snakes. The dead ground. She looked at Harry directly. I looked at every account I could find of Voldemort's movements after 1981. There are not many, because most of it isn't documented publicly, but there are patterns if you look across multiple sources. He, in the diminished state he's been in since that night, he attaches. He needs a host. He's been working his way through possible hosts, people or creatures he can use to sustain himself, and the failed attempts leave exactly that signature in the area. Cold. Dead. Absence. The farm, Harry said. Was probably a host attempt that didn't take, Hermione said. He's been moving. He's been getting closer. She held his gaze with steady brown eyes. The most recent failed attempt I can trace, from putting together 3 different accounts in different sources, was approximately 6 weeks ago. Significantly further east than 12 miles. Ron said, so he's been moving west. Yes. Toward here. Toward the protection, Harry said, and his voice came out level because the realization had been forming for days and had completed itself sometime in the last 20 seconds. The ward on this house. Dumbledore talked about it as a protection for me. But it's not just a protection against threats, it's a signal. It's a beacon. He stood up. He can feel it. From wherever he is, he can feel the magic in these walls, and he's moving toward it because he wants to understand it or break it or test it, Hermione said quietly. Test it, Harry said. The garden was very still. The evening light was going gold and long, stretching shadows across the lawn. Arthur Weasley, who had been listening from the step with Dudley forgotten beside him, said quietly, I need to send that owl to Dumbledore tonight. Tell him what I told you, Harry said. About the East. About the pattern Hermione's found. Tell him all of it. He paused. And ask him directly what he knows and isn't saying. Please. I will, Arthur said. And this time it didn't have the careful diplomatic quality of before. It was direct and serious and a promise. Dudley, sitting on the step beside Arthur, said nothing. He was looking at Harry with the expression Harry had been seeing on him more and more, the one that wasn't fear or contempt or the beginning of respect but something that had moved past all 3 and was trying to figure out what came next. The evening moved. Petunia fed everyone, because Petunia in a crisis defaulted to feeding people, which was her version of caring and was not nothing. Fred and George helped wash up with an enthusiastic competence that suggested they'd had practice, and the kitchen for 1 hour was full of noise and warmth and the ordinary domestic extraordinary of a family that worked together. Vernon appeared briefly, looked at the kitchen full of red-headed people and one Hermione, and retreated to the sitting room. He was not a presence tonight. He'd been steadily reducing his presence since Thursday, not dramatically, not with any stated change of policy, but with the practical intelligence of a man who has seen that the landscape has changed and is recalibrating his position within it. Harry stayed in the garden until it was fully dark. He waited until the others had gone inside, until the kitchen light was visible through the window and the sounds of conversation and Hermione explaining something to Dudley drifted out into the warm night, and then he sat on the step and let the network come fully alive around him in the way it did after dark, when the snakes expanded their range and the whole extraordinary invisible architecture of the court spread itself across the sleeping county. He said, I want to ask you something. The large snake came from under the shed and stopped near him. Close, the way she did now, closer than when she'd first arrived. The weeks had done something to the distance between them. Ask, she said. What Hermione talked about, the named bond. The primary node. The old way that wardens established it. He chose his words carefully. I want to ask if you'd be willing. Not tell you. Ask. The snake was still for a long time. Not processing still. Something more like, receiving. The way an answer forms before it's spoken. I knew when you first called, she said finally. The quality of your voice. I have been in courts before, 3, in my lifetime, and they were not like this. They were louder. More command and less question. You ask instead of ordering. This matters. Is that a yes? Harry asked. I am wondering, she said, with a quality that might in another species have been dry humor, if a king's court has ever been established by a child who said please. Does it matter? No, she said. It does not. Yes. I need to name you, Harry said. Choose carefully, she said. In our tongue, names carry weight. He thought about it for a while. Not rushing. The garden was patient and the night was warm and there was no reason to rush something that would last. He thought about what she was. Old, careful, watchful, authoritative, possessed of a dry humor she deployed occasionally and a fundamental seriousness she maintained constantly. He thought about what she'd said on the first night, a door locked from the inside with love, the poetry of it, the precise strange beauty of how a snake described what a mother's sacrifice had left in these walls. Mura, he said. It was from something in crab, an old Gaelic root, meaning something roughly equivalent to watcher of walls. The snake was still for a moment. Yes, she said. That is right. Something happened. Harry couldn't have described it precisely. It was like a key turning, or a frequency locking in, or, more accurately, the feeling of a hand on your shoulder from someone you trust. The connection he'd had with Mura since the first night deepened and steadied, became something with a different quality, and the network around him felt simultaneously larger and more stable, like a tree after a good rain. Hello, Mura, he said. Hello, speaker, she said. Across the network, rippling outward through every relay node and scout and watcher, something moved. Not a message in words. Something older than words. The court shifted and settled, the way a building settles when its foundation has been properly laid. Harry sat in the warm dark and let it move through him. Inside, he heard Hermione's voice rise briefly and then Ron's laughter and then Fred saying something that made George groan, and the ordinary warmth of it was its own kind of magic, the kind that didn't need a name. He opened his notepad and in the dark, by the light from the kitchen window, he wrote one more item on his list. 6. Stop waiting for something to happen. Make something happen first. He looked at it. Then he wrote, he's moving toward the ward. If I can feel east through Mura, I can track him. If I can track him, I can know when he's close before he gets here. He wrote, tell Dumbledore through Arthur. But don't wait for Dumbledore to act. He closed the notepad. Above the garden Hedwig appeared from somewhere, silent and brilliant in the dark, and landed on the fence near him and looked at him with the ancient gold patience of her eyes. Tomorrow, he told her. She ruffled her wings and settled. The night was warm, and the court was awake, and Harry Potter was 12 years old and sitting in a Surrey garden with a snake named Mura and an owl named Hedwig and a network that stretched across the sleeping county to where something cold and dark was moving west through the fields, and he was not frightened of it. He was ready for it. Chapter 6, The Siege of Privet Drive. The owl from Dumbledore arrived on Friday. Harry heard Hedwig's response to it before he saw the owl itself, a territorial sound from the bedroom window, not hostile but territorial, the way she communicated this is my perimeter and you are in it, and he was already sitting up in bed when the ministry bird landed on his windowsill beside her. Brown, official, carrying a sealed letter with the Hogwarts crest pressed in purple wax. He opened it. The letter was 4 paragraphs. Dumbledore's handwriting was exactly what Harry had expected, elegant, unhurried, each word placed with the careful precision of someone who understood that written language was a form of architecture. Dear Harry, Arthur Weasley has passed along your observations regarding the eastern countryside, as well as the research compiled by Miss Granger. Both are characteristically thorough and I find myself impressed, as I frequently am, by what industrious young minds can accomplish when given space to work. I want to reassure you that the situation to the east is known to me and is being monitored by individuals with the capacity and experience to manage it safely. The signature you have identified through your network is real, and I commend both your instinct and your methodology. However, I would ask you to trust that the appropriate measures are in place. Regarding your living situation, I have received documentation from a ministry colleague regarding welfare concerns and I am addressing this through the proper channels. I ask for your patience on this matter. You are safe, Harry. The ward on your home is strong. Please enjoy the remainder of your summer and do not trouble yourself with the larger picture. That is work for another day. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read it twice. Then he set it on the desk and looked at it and thought about the specific quality of the reassurance in it, the way it was shaped, and what that shape communicated. Trust that the appropriate measures are in place. Do not trouble yourself with the larger picture. You are safe. Each sentence doing the same work, pressing down, reducing, containing. Each sentence communicating, below its surface meaning, something else: stay small, stay still, stay where I put you. He picked up the letter one more time, read it one more time, set it down. Right, he said, to nobody. He went downstairs and made breakfast, and while he ate he thought about what Dumbledore had not said. Dumbledore had not said, I will tell you what I know. Dumbledore had not said, here is what the Eastern situation actually is and here is what is being done. Dumbledore had not acknowledged Harry's question about what he knew and wasn't saying, which Arthur had passed along verbatim and which Harry had worded carefully precisely because he wanted to see whether Dumbledore would address it directly. Dumbledore had looked at that question and built a beautiful 4-paragraph wall around it. Harry respected the craft. He was not going to let it work. Hermione and Ron had stayed 2 nights, sleeping in the front room on camp beds that Petunia had produced with the efficiency of someone who keeps camp beds available because life has taught her that unexpected things happen and beds are better than floors. Fred and George had slept in the car, apparently by choice, and Arthur had gone home Thursday evening with a look on his face that combined genuine worry with a new thoughtfulness that Harry hoped would translate into useful action. Ron and Hermione were leaving today, Ron back to the Burrow, Hermione back to her parents, and Harry had been planning to spend the morning going over Hermione's research notes before they went. The letter changed the morning's priority. He showed it to them over breakfast. Hermione read it and her expression went through its own sequence: initial careful neutrality, then the slight tightening around her eyes that meant she was identifying something, then a look at Harry that carried both confirmation and apology, as if she'd known this was coming and was sorry she'd been right. Ron read it and said, he's basically telling you to sit down and be quiet. That's what I thought, Harry said. Are you going to? No. Ron nodded. This clearly satisfied him. Good. Harry, Hermione said carefully, with the tone she used when she was about to say something she knew would create friction but couldn't not say because not saying it would be dishonest. I want to make sure you're thinking about this correctly. Dumbledore isn't, he's not dismissing you because he thinks you're unimportant. I think it's more complicated than that. I know, Harry said. He's keeping information from me because he thinks knowing it would put me in danger. Or because he thinks I'd act on it in ways he can't control. Probably both. He looked at the letter. The problem is that the information gap itself is the danger. If something comes from the East and I don't know what it is or when it's coming, that's worse than knowing. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I have a third option to the ones you've listed. What? He's keeping you uninformed because an uninformed Harry Potter is a Harry Potter who behaves predictably, and a predictable Harry Potter is easier to protect through the measures he's already arranged. She paused. He might be right about the protection. He might be wrong about the cost of the uninformed part. Both things can be true. Harry looked at her. She was looking back steadily, not backing down, not apologizing, just offering the most accurate reading she could. That's fair, he said. I still can't operate without information. Even if he's right about the protection. I know, she said. I'm just saying, be careful about framing him as an obstacle. He might be an obstacle and an ally in the same sentence. Ron had been eating toast through this exchange with the expression of someone watching a tennis match in which both players are right. What are you going to do? He asked Harry. Push the network east as far as it'll go, Harry said. I named Moora last night. The range should be significantly better now. He paused. And I'm going to ask Voss what she knows. She said she'd filed the welfare report to a department that doesn't answer to Dumbledore's chain of command. She has her own information. Is that safe? Ron asked. Safer than not knowing, Harry said. They finished breakfast and helped clear up, Ron still wore the slight amazement of someone who'd seen Harry do domestic tasks voluntarily, which Harry found mildly entertaining given that Harry had been doing domestic tasks his entire life, and then the camp beds were folded and bags were gathered and the hallway had the compressed, slightly sad quality of a departure. Ron hugged him properly this time, less awkward than arrivals, the way goodbyes sometimes went. "Right," he said. "I will. And if something happens, anything, you send Hedwig immediately." "I know. I mean immediately, Harry, not after you've already handled most of it and are just letting me know." "I know, Ron." Hermione gave him a bag with the research notes and 2 books she decided he needed to keep rather than return, and then hugged him in the efficient way she had that communicated both genuine affection and a schedule. "The Vance manuscript," she said into his shoulder. "The exercises are in Chapter 4. Do them in order. Don't skip ahead." "I won't skip ahead." "You'll skip ahead," she said. "Just know that I know, when you do." They went. The hallway was quiet. Dudley appeared at the top of the stairs and looked down at the closed door. "Your friends," he said. "Yeah. They're good," Dudley said, with the slightly surprised quality of someone who had expected to find something smaller. He came down the stairs. "The tall one. George or Fred? He helped me with something last night." "Which thing?" Dudley was quiet for a moment. "The list," he said. "I told him about it." He didn't make it weird. He just said," another pause, "he said sometimes writing it down is the start of doing something about it." Harry looked at his cousin. At the 15-year-old who was standing in the hallway of the house they'd both grown up in entirely different ways, and was trying to figure out who he was on the other side of the thing he'd been building his identity on. "They're good people," Harry said. "All of them?" Dudley nodded. Then, with the careful deliberate quality of a decision being executed, "I'm sorry. For the chess set. And the other things." Harry held his cousin's gaze. There was no qualification in Dudley's face, no defensive follow-up sentence, no immediate self-justification. Just, the thing itself, offered plainly. "All right," Harry said. Not "it's fine," because it hadn't been fine. Not "don't worry about it," because the worry was appropriate. Just, "all right." Received. Acknowledged. "We can move from here." Dudley nodded again and went to the kitchen, and Harry went upstairs and opened the Vance manuscript to Chapter 4. He did the exercises in order. He lasted until Chapter 5 before skipping ahead. Saturday passed quietly. Sunday passed quietly. On Monday Moira brought him something from the Easter network that sat in his stomach like a cold stone. "The farm is empty now," she said. She was coiled on the step, which she did in the evenings, and her voice in the connection had the broader, richer quality that the named bond had given it, more nuance, more texture, the way a phone call became a real voice. "But the scouts I sent further have found a new cold place. A village, 10 miles east. 2 miles closer than the farm. 2 miles closer." "What's in the village?" "The local snakes have not left this one entirely. Some remain, hiding below ground. One of them spoke to our scout. It said," Moira paused, and the pause had the quality she used when she was working through translation. "It said a man came 3 nights ago. He came on foot in the dark and he found the house of another man who lived alone and he went inside and the alone man did not come back out. But something else did. Something wearing the alone man. Something that moved wrong. Possession. A host. Where did it go?" "West," Moira said. "West. Toward Surrey. 10 miles and closing." Harry wrote it all down and sent Hedwig to Arthur with a letter that was not a polite request, was not qualified, and did not wait for Dumbledore's authorization. It said, "He has a host. He's moving west. He's approximately 10 miles out. I need to know what Dumbledore's people are doing about this and I need to know now." Send someone who knows what they're looking at. He sent a second letter to Voss. Shorter. Something is happening. Can you come? Voss arrived Tuesday morning, before Arthur had even responded. She came through the gate without hesitating, briefcase in hand, and this time there was nothing casual about her expression. She'd read something in his two-word letter that had brought her at speed. Tell me, she said, at the kitchen table. He told her everything. The Eastern reports. The farm. The village. The host. Moira's information from this morning, which added that the scouts had tracked the movement through the night and the cold signature was now 8 miles out and still moving. Voss listened without interrupting. She asked 2 sharp questions when he finished: how reliable is the scout information, how specific is the directional tracking, and his answers satisfied something in her face. 8 miles, she said. As of 4 this morning. It moves at night, mainly. She was quiet, doing calculations. If it maintains pace, it reaches this area in 2 nights, Harry said. Maybe 3 if it's being careful. Dumbledore's letter, she said. She'd known about it, clearly, she had sources, or she'd been monitoring the situation herself. He said it was in hand. Yes. I have no visibility on what measures he has in place, she said, and the admission was precise and unadorned. His operations don't come through ministry channels. Which means either he has people out there who are handling it independently, or he's waiting for something, or, she stopped. Or he thinks the ward is enough and he wants it to get close, Harry said. Voss looked at him. That's a serious accusation. It's a serious possibility, Harry said. If Voldemort comes here, to this ward, to this protection, and something happens to him again, it either destroys him properly or confirms something Dumbledore wants to confirm about the magic in these walls. Either way Dumbledore learns something. And you're the bait, Voss said quietly. I've been the bait, Harry said, since I was 1 year old. I just like to know when I'm being used as it. The kitchen was very still. Voss put her hands flat on the table and looked at them for a moment and then looked at Harry with an expression that had something fierce and direct in it that he hadn't seen on her before. I'm going to make some calls, she said. Not Dumbledore's people. Mine. There are 2 Aurors I trust who are not currently assigned to anything that would create a conflict. I want them aware and positioned. Without official sanction? Harry asked. Personal days, she said, dry. People take them all the time. Something almost like a smile crossed Harry's face. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. She stood. I need you to do something. Extend the network as far east as it'll reach. Anything that moves toward this street at night, anything cold, anything wrong, I want to know before it gets within a mile. Already doing it, Harry said. She left. Tuesday night was quiet. Wednesday was quiet. Harry did the Vance exercises in the morning and spent the afternoons with Moira, pushing the eastern reach of the network in a way that gave him headaches that lasted into the evening, and Dudley brought him paracetamol without being asked, which was something Harry filed away in the category of things he hadn't expected and didn't know quite how to respond to, so he just said thanks. Arthur's response arrived Wednesday evening. It was longer than Dumbledore's letter and less elegant and more honest. Harry, Dumbledore has confirmed he knows about the host. His position is that the ward is the right defense and that drawing attention to the situation with active intervention risks alerting V to the plan before it can execute. He has asked, strongly, that we not take independent action. I have spoken with Molly. We disagree with him. Specifically, we think you should not be left without information in a situation like this. I have told him so. I don't know what he'll do about that. Be careful. Arthur. Below that, in different ink, slightly messy P.S. Ron says to tell you he's ready if you need him. Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket and went to the garden. He didn't need Moira to tell him. He felt it in the network like a cold current in warm water, 10 miles of evening countryside between him and it, but directional and clear, the eastern scouts relaying the signal inward, node by node, Mura receiving and translating at the center. Something was moving. "He comes tonight," Mura said. Harry sat on the step and thought for 30 seconds. He thought about Dumbledore's letter. He thought about the ward. He thought about the plan Dumbledore had, whatever it was, that required Harry not to act. He thought about sitting in this garden while something came toward it and waiting to find out what happened. No. He went inside. "Dudley," he said, at the bottom of the stairs. Dudley appeared from the kitchen. He took one look at Harry's face and something in his own face shifted into attention. "I need you and your parents to go to your friend Pierce's house tonight," Harry said. "Tell them your boiler's broken. Make something up. I need the house clear." "What's happening?" Dudley said. "Something's coming," Harry said. "The ward on the house will handle it if it comes to that. But I need to be able to move freely and I don't want your parents in the middle of it." Dudley was quiet for a beat. "Are you going to be all right?" "Yes," Harry said. Not bravado. Actual assessment. Dudley looked at him for a moment. Then he went to the sitting room door and opened it and said to Vernon and Petunia, with the calm authority of someone who had decided to take charge of a situation, "We're going to Pierce's tonight." His mum called. "They need help with something." Vernon looked up. "I haven't been told," she called while you were out, Dudley said, without breaking stride. "It's important. We should go. Now." Harry listened to this from the hallway with a feeling he couldn't entirely name. The Dursleys left at 7:30. Vernon went with the expression of a man who suspected something was being managed around him but couldn't identify the specific mechanism. Petunia paused at the front door and looked back at Harry, who was standing in the hallway, and something passed between them that was not warmth exactly but was something, acknowledgement, perhaps. The recognition of a situation neither of them had chosen and both of them were trying to navigate. "Be careful," she said. "I will," Harry said. She left. Harry went to the garden. He sent 3 messages through the network, to the Eastern Scouts to track and report every 10 minutes. To the outer court to tighten the perimeter to the street itself. And to Mura, stay close. At 9:15 he sent a Patronus. He'd been practicing from his third-year textbook, which Hermione had included in the book package, and while the spell was technically advanced it was also something he could do, apparently, because he'd managed a full corporeal one on the 4th attempt. He sent it to Voss's address from the letter she'd given him, a flat in Southwark, carrying a single sentence, "Tonight." At 10 the network went taut. It wasn't subtle. It came in from the east like a temperature drop, every relay node in the chain flagging it simultaneously, and Mura's voice in the connection was as steady as always but carrying an undercurrent Harry associated with her high alert state. 6 miles, she said. Moving faster now. It knows where it's going. Harry was sitting cross-legged on the lawn. He'd put his wand in his pocket, he'd been carrying it since Monday, deciding that the Ministry's letter and warning system for underage magic was something he'd deal with later if it came to it, because later was better than the alternative. His hands were on the grass. The court was fully deployed around him, 37 snakes positioned along every approach to the property, the perimeter tight and watching. At 10:40, 4 miles. At 11, 2 miles. It is on the road. Harry stood up. Mura, when it reaches the end of the street, tell every snake to show themselves. A pause. You want them seen. I want it to understand what it's walking into, Harry said. At 11:20 the gate snake said, with sudden sharp clarity, it is here. Harry turned to face the front of the house. The man who came down Privet Drive looked, at first glance, entirely ordinary. Middle-aged, grey coat, the rolling walk of someone large through the hips. He moved down the pavement with the unhurried confidence of something that had never needed to hurry because nothing had ever seriously opposed it. But the way he moved was wrong. The wrongness was subtle, slightly too smooth, slightly too even, like a puppet operated by someone who had studied human walking without ever being a human, and the cold came off him in a wave that Harry felt 10 feet away, a cold that had nothing to do with the summer night. The man stopped at the gate. He looked at the house. Harry stood on the lawn, visible, 12 feet back from the gate. He held the man's gaze without moving. Then the court showed themselves. It happened all at once, the way Mura had understood the instruction, every snake along the fence line and the walls and the gate coming out of shadow simultaneously, flowing into visibility, 37 bodies uncoiling and rising in the warm night air, and it was not, as Harry had told Mura, an attack. It was a demonstration. The difference was everything. The man at the gate was very still. His eyes moved across the fence line, the wall, the snakes coiled along every surface, watching him with the absolute flat attention of something that didn't feel fear and didn't feel mercy and was waiting for an instruction that hadn't come. Then his eyes moved back to Harry. And Voldemort, wearing a stranger's stolen body, spoke. It wasn't the host's voice. The host's voice was somewhere under it, muffled and wrong, and what came through was something older and colder, high and thin and carrying with it the specific register of something that had been diminished nearly to nothing and was furious about it. "Speaker," he said. In Parseltongue. The word dropping into the night air like a stone into still water. Harry answered in the same language. Not because he was afraid of the English words. Because this was his language to use and he was not going to surrender it to the association. "You know what I am," he said. "I know what you carry," Voldemort said. "I made you what you are. The night I marked you, I left something of myself in you. Including this." A gesture that might have been at the snakes or at Harry himself, it was ambiguous. "You are a piece of me." "No," Harry said. In English this time, deliberate. "I'm a piece of my mother. You're the reason she gave it to me." He felt the ward before Voldemort tested it, felt it the way Mura had described on the first night, not with edges, like weather. The air pressure changed. Something pushed against the gate with a force that had no physical component, that was entirely magical, a compressive wave that hit the iron and stopped completely, the way a wave breaks on rock. Voldemort stopped pushing. The silence was long. The snakes held their positions. "You won't cross it," Harry said. "You know that. That's why you came, to test whether it still holds. Whether I'm still here. Whether she's still here, in these walls." He paused. "She is." Something moved in the host's face. Not the host's expression, the host's face had been blanked out, overwritten, emptied. The expression came from somewhere behind the eyes, and it was complicated in a way that Harry hadn't expected. Not rage. Something with more dimensions than rage. Recognition, and frustration, and a thread of something that was almost, grief. The grief of something that had once been human and could still remember, somewhere very deep, what it had burned to get where it was. "You can't have this house," Harry said. "You can't have me. And you can't have this county, because I'm watching all of it, and every snake from here to the eastern fields knows your signature." He held Voldemort's gaze through the host's eyes. "Go back east. I'll tell Dumbledore exactly what happened here tonight and exactly where you are, and that'll save him the trouble of having me sit here uninformed as bait." The host's face did something that was almost like a smile, except it had no warmth anywhere near it. "You are not what I expected," Voldemort said, in Parseltongue. "No," Harry said. "I'm not." The host turned and walked back down Privet Drive the way it had come, without hurrying, rolling and wrong and cold. Harry watched it go. He stood on the lawn for a long time after it turned the corner, making sure his legs were steady, because they wanted not to be and he wasn't going to let them. The court was still deployed, every snake watching the street, the gate snake tracking the departure. "It's gone," Mura said. "Moving east." "Don't follow," Harry said. "Just track as long as the network reaches." He sat down on the lawn, heavily, in the grass, and let the adrenaline do what it was going to do. His hands were shaking and he looked at them with detached interest. That was fine. That was just biology. The rest of him was steady. He had just told Voldemort to leave and Voldemort had left. He sat with that for a moment. Then the front gate opened again and Voss came through it at speed, moving differently than he'd ever seen her move, not the measured pace of an official visit, but the urgent movement of someone who'd run the last 100 yards. Behind her, two people he didn't recognize, a man and a woman in Muggle clothes, wands already out. She stopped when she saw Harry sitting on the grass. "It's gone," he said. "East." She looked at him. At the snake still deployed along the fence line. At the house behind him, which was entirely undamaged, entirely intact, the ward invisible but present in the way it always was, warm and old and the shape of love. "Are you all right?" she said. "I told him to go," Harry said, and he went. Voss stared at him. "I'm fine," Harry said. "A bit shaky. But fine." He looked up at her from the grass. "Can you please do me a favor and tell Dumbledore that his bait had a conversation instead?" The two Aurors behind Voss exchanged a look. Voss sat down on the lawn beside him, in her good jacket, on the damp summer grass, with the slightly stunned quality of someone adjusting to an outcome they hadn't modeled. "Yes," she said. "I think I can do that." They sat in the garden together, the court of number 4 Privet Drive spread around them in the warm night, watching the empty street. Chapter 7, The Dark Mirror. The dream came 3 nights after Voldemort left. Harry had been sleeping well since Tuesday, the particular deep sleep of someone who has done something difficult and survived it, the body's way of cashing in on adrenaline debt. Wednesday, Thursday, dreamless. Friday night his eyes closed at 10 and he was gone instantly, the way a light switches off. Then at some point in the small hours the darkness shifted quality and he was somewhere else. Not Surrey. Somewhere that smelled of cold stone and old wood and something underneath both of those, something organic and sick, like the smell of a wound that hasn't healed. Low light, the kind that came from sources he couldn't identify, sourceless and gray, illuminating nothing properly. The walls were stone, the floor was stone, and the cold was the specific absence cold he now recognized from the network reports, not weather cold, but the cold of something that ate warmth rather than simply lacking it. He knew, with the immediate certainty of the dreaming mind, that he was somewhere in a house. A farmhouse, from the proportions of it, the low ceiling and the small windows that showed nothing but dark countryside. Abandoned, or near enough. The furniture that remained was covered in dust and the kind of grime that accumulated when no one had cared about a space for a long time. He knew, too, that he was not himself. Not exactly. He was seeing through different eyes, lower to the ground than his own, his vision wider and stranger, taking in a broader arc of the room but flattening depth in a way that made distances unreliable. He could feel the floor through his whole body, a continuous contact, the grain of the wood detailed beneath him. He was a snake. Not Mura, the body was smaller, lighter, and the consciousness he was sharing was different in quality. Mura's inner voice was warm and authoritative. This one was careful and frightened in a way that was trying not to be frightened, the way a person tries not to show pain. Harry tried, very gently, to establish the connection, the way he'd learned to do with the court, not commanding, not intruding, just asking. "May I see?" The response was not in words. It was a kind of surrender, a giving over that felt less like permission and more like relief. Finally someone is here. Finally. He looked through the snake's eyes at the room. In the corner, on what had been a chair and was now barely a chair, something sat. The host body was deteriorating. That was the first thing Harry understood, looking at it. The man Voldemort had borrowed from the eastern village, he was perhaps 50, gray-haired, broad through the shoulders, the kind of man who would have looked solid and steady in his own life, was still ambulatory, still functional in the coarse sense, but the wrongness of the possession had left marks that were visible even in the poor light. Skin that had a grayish cast to it. Eyes that were sunken, not from tiredness but from something being taken from them gradually, the way a battery runs down. And in those eyes, occasionally surfacing and submerging like a drowning man, something that was still the host. Still the man. Still aware, in the terrible way of someone who cannot control their own body and knows it. Harry felt sick. The snake's body couldn't feel nausea but his own mind could, and it did. Then the host's head turned and the eyes focused on the snake in the corner, and for a moment it was just a man looking at a snake, an ordinary thing. And then the quality of the gaze changed and it was not the man anymore, and Harry felt the shift across the connection, felt the cold recognition like a hand on the back of his neck. Speaker. Parseltongue, in a voice that had no warmth anywhere in it, no pretense of warmth, because there was no one watching now. On Privet Drive, at the gate, there had been a performance, not elaborate, but a performance nonetheless. Two entities assessing each other, conducting the specific ritual of a confrontation. This was different. This was Voldemort in a room he thought he was alone in, speaking to a snake he hadn't yet understood was being listened to. Harry said nothing. He didn't know if his presence was detectable. He stayed in the borrowed perception as still as he could. "You can hear me," Voldemort said, into the room. "Not to the snake. To the air. I don't know which one you're riding. It doesn't matter. You can hear me, speaker." The snake coiled tighter, frightened. Harry could feel its fear as a physiological thing, heart rate, muscle tension, the deep instinct to move away from the cold that was rolling off the man in the corner. "I want to tell you something," Voldemort said. Still speaking Parseltongue. Not conversational, nothing he did was conversational, there was no relaxed register in that voice, but something that was choosing words with particular purpose. "About your snake. The large one. The one you named." Harry listened. "I had a snake once," Voldemort said. "Not always. Not when I was young. When I was young I could speak to them and that was enough. But later, in the years when I built what I built and did what I did, I found one. A great one. Old. Intelligent. She was, remarkable." He stopped. Something moved in the host's face that was not Voldemort's expression but was Voldemort's emotion surfacing through borrowed muscles, involuntary, the way grief sometimes bypasses the controls you put on it. "I did not name her the way you named yours," he said. "I took her. There is a difference. I bound her to me by force because force was what I had and I did not trust the other way. I did not trust anything that could choose to leave. So I made it so she could not." Harry did not move in the borrowed snake's body. He barely breathed. "She is still with me," Voldemort said. "She will be with me again, when I am what I was. She is, I keep her, she is the most powerful living thing I have ever bound to my will. She kills for me. She guards for me. She is my instrument." A pause. "She has not chosen any of it, for 30 years. The room was very cold. "I am telling you this," Voldemort said, still not looking at the snake, looking at the wall, "because you are doing what I could have done and chose not to. You asked your snake. I can feel the difference in it, through the connection between us. Yes, speaker, there is a connection, you carry a piece of me whether you like it or not, and I can feel that your cord is given, not taken. And I want you to understand what you are and what I am, and why those are different things, because you think we are entirely unlike each other and you are wrong. You are not wrong to be different," he continued, and now the voice had something strange in it, something that Harry had no framework for, because he'd been given no framework for Voldemort as anything other than the monster at the end of the corridor. "But difference does not protect you. It did not protect your mother. Being good is not armor." Harry felt the snake's consciousness beside him, frightened and listening. "The snake you named will love you," Voldemort said. "They do, when they choose it. They love with a completeness that humans can't manage because they don't have the equipment for ambivalence. And you will love her back, in the way you already do, because you are your mother's son and love is the mechanism you were built on." He paused. "And when the time comes, and it will come, speaker, your love will not be enough, the same way hers wasn't, and the question will be what you've built besides it. He stood up from the chair. The host's body moved with that wrong smoothness, and he walked to the window and looked out at the dark fields, and the snake in the corner watched him, and Harry watched through the snake, and everything was very still. Go back to your ward, Voldemort said. Tell the old man what you've seen. Let him believe he's winning. But do not mistake his protection for yours. He turned from the window. And speaker, he looked directly at the snake. The one I bound. Her name is Nagini. Remember it. Harry came awake sitting upright in bed, heart hammering, the particular gasping quality of coming out of a dream that was too real. He sat in the dark of his room and breathed and let his eyes adjust to the familiar shapes, desk, window, cage, Hedwig a pale shape in the grey, watching him. His hands were shaking again. But differently than they'd shaken on the lawn after Voldemort left. Then it had been adrenaline, chemistry, the body doing its involuntary accounting. This was something else. This was the shaking of a person who has been given information they didn't ask for and can't unknow. Nagini. He thought about the snake in the corner of that farmhouse room. Small, frightened, carrying a borrowed passenger who'd had no idea until it was too late. He thought about what it would mean to be bound to a will not your own for 30 years. To be used, consistently, without ever having chosen it. He got up. He went downstairs, not bothering to be quiet about it, and stood in the kitchen and drank 2 glasses of water and stood at the sink looking at the dark garden. Mura was out there. He could feel her through the connection, the warm steady anchor of her, the primary node of the network. She was awake, the way she usually was at this hour, head raised, watching the street. Nothing in her signal indicated alarm. Whatever had happened in the farmhouse, whatever channel the dream had run through, she hadn't felt it. He went to the back door and opened it and sat on the step. She came to him without being called, the way she sometimes did at night, not because he needed her, just because the named bond had its own gravity, pulling them into proximity. You dreamed, she said. Not a question. Yeah. Tell me. He told her. All of it. The farmhouse, the host body, the way Voldemort had spoken into the room knowing Harry was there and choosing to speak anyway. The things he'd said about his snake. About love not being armor. About Nagini. Mura listened without interrupting, which was her way. When he finished she was still for a long time. The bound one, she said. Yes. I have heard of this, she said slowly. In the old communication, the deepest history that moves through scales and not through minds. There are stories of forced binding. They are told as warnings. As the worst thing. A snake without choice is not a snake anymore. It is a tool wearing a snake. Is there a way to undo it? Mura was still again. The binding comes from him. If he ends, it ends. If he ends, Harry said. Yeah. He sat with that. He said she's powerful. That she's the most powerful living thing he's bound. He keeps her, he tried to remember the exact phrasing. He said she will be with him again, when he's what he was. Like she's not currently, like right now she's not, separate, Mura said. Yes. Like she's somewhere else. Being kept somewhere else. He thought about this. Do you think that means, he has made something of her, Mura said, with careful precision. Something more than a tool. The way he said it, in the old speech, that framing, he has taken a piece of himself and put it in her. As a safeguard. A protection of his own life through hers. Harry stared at the garden. A piece of himself. In a snake. A safeguard. He thought about Dumbledore. About the things Dumbledore knew and didn't share. About whether Dumbledore knew this. He thought about the way the dream had felt, not accidental, not just his mind generating content from the anxiety of the past week. Voldemort had known he was there. Had chosen to speak. Had chosen what to say. It hadn't been a threat. Or it had been a threat, but not only a threat. It had been something more complicated. A communication from something that understood Harry better than Harry was comfortable with, that had looked at the Parseltongue and the court and the ward and said, "You are doing what I could have done, and here is what I did instead, and here is what the cost was." He didn't know what to do with that. He put it aside for now. "Mura," he said. Yes. What he said about love not being armor. About my mother. He looked at the garden, at the dark grass and the familiar shapes of fence and shed and flower beds, the stage of the last 2 months. "He's not wrong, is he?" "No," Mura said. "He is not wrong about that part. So what do I build besides it?" She was quiet for a long time. The night moved around them, the very end of summer in it now, a slight coolness at the edge that hadn't been there a month ago. The days were still warm but the nights were starting to remember that autumn existed. "You are already building it," she said finally. "You have been building it since the first night. The woman from the ministry who is not your enemy. The red-haired family that comes when they are needed. The sharp girl who finds the books. The cousin who apologized." A pause. "These are not courtiers. They are not people you have commanded into position. They chose. The same way the court chose. You asked instead of taking, and they answered." Harry sat with this. "He said my love wouldn't be enough the same way hers wasn't," he said. "He said your love would not be enough on its own," Mura said. "He did not say the other things would be nothing." He looked at her. In the low dark her scales caught nothing, she was almost invisible, but the connection between them was warm and clear. "He was also," she said, "a boy once. A boy who could speak to us. He chose to take instead of ask and it has made him what he is. He told you this because he wanted you to understand the choice you have already made differently from him. He is not asking you to be him. He is telling you that you are not." Harry was quiet for a long time. Then, "That's a generous reading of the Dark Lord's motives." "I am a snake," Mura said. "We do not do generous or ungenerous. We do accurate." He laughed. Short and real, at 4 in the morning, in the garden, which was becoming his place the way the cupboard had once been his place, except that this had been chosen. "Okay," he said. "I need to write some things down." He went inside and got the notepad and came back out and sat on the step and wrote by the kitchen light. He wrote everything he remembered from the dream. Not summarized, specific phrasing, specific vocabulary, because he'd been in a Parseltongue conversation and his recall of it was exceptional, the way his recall of any Parseltongue exchange was, clearer than English, every word landing differently. He wrote, a piece of himself. In Nagini. Protection for his life through hers. He underlined that 3 times. Then he wrote, tell Dumbledore. All of it. Not as a report, as a demand for information. If he knows about Nagini, I need to know he knows. If he doesn't, he needs this. He wrote, find out where Nagini is. He looked at that. Then, why? What does it matter right now? He crossed it out and rewrote it, find out what Nagini being a safeguard means for the larger picture. If he can't die while she lives, he stopped. The logic of it assembled itself with the clean, inevitable quality of the chess middle game he'd been thinking in for weeks, every piece moving into its proper square. If Voldemort had put a piece of himself into Nagini. If that piece was a safeguard for his life. Then Nagini was not just a weapon or a tool. She was something more fundamental. And somewhere in the architecture of whatever Dumbledore's plan was for eventually ending Voldemort, Nagini would have to be part of it. And Nagini was a snake. Harry set the pen down and looked at what he'd written. He reached out to Mura. If I could find Nagini, he said carefully, could the network reach her? Mura was still for a long time. She is bound. The binding may block the connection. But, A pause, long and thoughtful. She is still a snake. Underneath the binding she is still what she was. There might be a space, if the voice was the right kind. If it was a king's voice rather than a command. A voice she recognized. A voice that reminded her of what she was before the binding, Mura said. Whether she could respond, I do not know. But she could hear. Harry looked at the notepad. He wrote, she could hear. In the morning he wrote to Dumbledore. Not the careful, deferential letter of a student to a headmaster, and not the controlled anger of someone registering a grievance. Something between and beyond both, the letter of someone who has been inside the Dark Lord's consciousness in the small hours and has come out the other side with specific information and specific questions and is not going to pretend otherwise. Professor Dumbledore, I had a dream last night that I don't think was entirely a dream. Voldemort used the connection between us, the one from the night he marked me, to communicate. He did it deliberately. I'm going to tell you exactly what he said and I'm going to ask you some direct questions and I'm asking you to answer them directly, because what I know and what I don't know is a security matter as much as a personal one. He spoke about Nagini. He said she was the most powerful living thing he's ever bound. He said she'll be with him again when he's restored. I believe she has a piece of him in her, a safeguard for his life through hers. I believe you know about this. I am asking you to confirm it, because if I'm right about what it means then the plan for destroying him permanently has a component that you haven't told me about and that I need to understand. I am not asking this to be difficult. I am asking it because I have spent this summer building something and using it and it has worked, and the thing that has made it work is having accurate information and acting on it. I cannot do that if there are fundamental things you're withholding. I also want to tell you, he came here. Last Tuesday. I told you I would tell you, and I'm telling you. He tested the ward. It held. He left. I spoke with him at the gate. I'm not reporting this to frighten you. I'm reporting it because you should have current information the same way I should. Regarding living with the Dursleys, things here are better. Not good. Better. Please don't interpret that as an argument for leaving the situation unchanged. Harry Potter. He read it back twice. It was the most direct thing he'd ever written to Dumbledore. He noticed this, checked whether he wanted to soften it, decided he didn't, and sent it with Hedwig. She gave him the look of a bird who has been doing a great deal of travel lately and was beginning to consider unionization. One more, he said. Then you can have a rest. Promise. She left with the particular magnificence of someone doing you a favor and making sure you knew it. He went downstairs and found Dudley in the kitchen, earlier than usual, making toast with the focused attention of someone who'd been awake for a while. You were in the garden again, Dudley said. Couldn't sleep. Dudley pushed the toast rack toward him. Harry took a piece. They ate in companionable quiet, which was something that had been developing over the past 2 weeks, the specific silence between two people who have moved past the need to fill silence with performance. You look like something happened, Dudley said. Dream, Harry said. Dudley looked at him. Bad? Informative, Harry said, which made Dudley make a face that said, only you would describe a dream that way. The snake thing, Dudley said. The big one. Mura. Harry looked at him. I heard you the other night, Dudley said. From my window. I wasn't listening, the sound carries. The snake language. He was quiet for a moment. It sounds like water, almost. Like something old. Not scary. He seemed to want to be precise about this. I thought it would be scary and it isn't. Harry thought about the first night. About the coal in his chest and the sleeping street and the first snake crossing the dark lawn. About the sound of Parseltongue in his own mouth, what it felt like from the inside, natural, unforced, the most unconflicted thing about him. It feels like the most itself I get, Harry said. Like there's no gap between what I mean and what I'm saying. Dudley was quiet, processing this. I don't have anything like that, he said. Not self-pitying. Just observational. Dad has his work. Mum has the house. He looked at the toast. I have the list in the drawer, I suppose. Which I keep adding to. What do you do with it? Harry asked. Once you've written something. Nothing yet, Dudley said. I don't know how yet. He glanced at Harry with the careful sideways look he developed that was nothing like the contemptuous assessments of before. What do you do when you've worked out something was wrong? Harry thought about it. You do the next right thing, he said. Not all the wrong things in reverse. You can't do that. You just, find the next right thing from where you are and do it. Dudley nodded slowly. Harry ate his toast and thought about the dream, about Nagini, about the piece of Voldemort lodged in her like a splinter in old wood. About love not being armor and what Mura had said about that. About the things he was building. He thought about Voss filing documentation. About Arthur writing to Dumbledore. About Hermione's books stacked on the desk upstairs, the Vance manuscript open to the page he'd been working on. About Mura in the garden, naming herself into something permanent. About Dudley with his list in the drawer. About the specific choice that had run through all of it like a thread, asking instead of taking, building instead of commanding, choosing to show rather than to prove. He thought about Voldemort in the grey farmhouse, 30 years of Nagini's life taken rather than given, and what that taking had made him. What it had left him. Powerful and alone in a rotting house wearing a stranger's failing body, speaking to a frightened snake in the dark. He thought about the ward on these walls. The door locked from the inside with love. Still holding. Dumbledore's response came that evening. Not the 4 elegant paragraphs of last time. Something different, shorter, less careful, the handwriting slightly less perfect than usual, as if it had been written quickly or with some internal disruption to the normal composure. Harry, what you have described aligns with information I have held for some time and have been deciding how to share appropriately. You are correct about Nagini. The nature of the safeguard is something I have been researching for several years and have not yet fully resolved. Your deduction is sound and your understanding of its implications is accurate. I owe you a more complete accounting than I have given. When term begins, we will speak properly. Not the shortened conversations of end of term, but a real conversation, with full information. I am prepared to give you that. The ward held. I know. I felt it from here. Your mother is still in those walls, Harry, and she is still extraordinary. Regarding the connection between you and Voldemort, and the channel that allowed last night's communication, this is something we must address carefully. It is a vulnerability as well as a source of information. Please tell me if it happens again. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore P.S. Your letter was remarkably well reasoned. It reminded me of someone I once knew who also found it difficult to accept incomplete information. She would have liked you. Harry read the postscript twice. He didn't know who Dumbledore meant. He had guesses. He folded the letter and put it with the others in the drawer of his desk where he kept the important things, Voss's letter, Arthur's letter, Hermione's research notes. Outside, the late August evening was doing something beautiful with the light, golden and long and the specific quality of summer beginning to say goodbye. He went to the window and looked out at the garden. Mura was at the base of the fence, head up, watching the street, as she always was. The court was at its positions. The ward was in the walls. Everything was as it should be. But something had shifted in Harry since the dream, something that Voldemort, in his cold deliberate way, had perhaps intended to shift. The understanding of what he was building and why was clearer now. Not just protection. Not just a ward against a specific threat. Something about the shape of a life, the difference between a life built on taking and a life built on asking. Between power as possession and power as relationship. Between the door broken down and the door unlocked from inside. He understood now, more fully than he had before, that the thing in these walls wasn't a magic trick. It wasn't a spell. It was a choice his mother had made, at the final possible moment, and the choice had lasted 11 years and was still lasting, and it had brought him to this garden and this court and this summer, and every choice he'd made since the first night had been in the same direction. He didn't think Voldemort had meant to teach him that. But sometimes the dark mirror showed you exactly what you needed to see. He pulled out the notepad and opened it to the section he'd been building for 3 weeks now, not the log of incoming information, the other section. The one labeled, in his small tight handwriting, Plan. He read through it. Added several things based on Dumbledore's letter. Added one more based on Moira's comment about Nagini and the king's voice and the space underneath the binding. He wrote at the bottom, term starts in 10 days. What do I bring back with me that I didn't have before? He looked at the question. Then answered it in the same motion. The network stays. Moira stays. The ward holds. Voss is filed. Dumbledore will talk properly. Arthur watches the east. I am not the same person who came here in July. Neither is anyone else who spent the summer in this house. He closed the notepad. Downstairs, Dudley was watching television at a reasonable volume, which was itself a small change from the usual. Vernon was reading the paper without commentary. Petunia was doing something in the kitchen that smelled like the good version of her cooking, the version she only produced when she was feeling something she couldn't say. The house was almost quiet. Almost ordinary. Almost, for the first time, something that could be called, if you were generous, if you looked at it right, a home. Chapter 8, The Ward Holds. Dumbledore arrived on a Thursday. Harry knew 3 things about the visit before it happened. He knew Dumbledore was coming because Hedwig had returned that morning with a brief note, I will call at 4 o'clock, if that is convenient, which was such an extraordinarily courteous way to announce a visit to the house of a 12-year-old boy that it told Harry more than the words did. Dumbledore was adjusting his approach. He knew the address, obviously, had always known it, could have arrived unannounced at any point in the last 11 years. He was choosing not to do that now. That choice had weight. The second thing Harry knew was that Dumbledore had been watching the house from the street for approximately 6 minutes before the note had even arrived, because Moira had told him so. An old man, she'd said, walking slowly, which is not how he moves when he thinks no one is watching. He stopped in front of the gate for a long time. He smelled of many places and something sweet, like the small purple sweets humans eat. Sherbet lemons, Harry had said. Is that a name? Sort of. The third thing Harry knew was that Dudley had seen the note over his shoulder, which Harry had allowed because Dudley had been different enough for long enough that the old reflexes of privacy and concealment were losing their grip, and Dudley had said, quietly, is that him? Dumbledore? And Harry had said yes. And Dudley had said, you're ready, though. Not a question. Harry had looked at his cousin and found the statement accurate and said yes to that too. The morning moved. Harry did the Vance exercises on the lawn, which he'd been doing daily for 2 weeks now and which had extended his range to something extraordinary, Moira relaying from primary nodes that reached 30 miles in every direction, the whole of the network humming beneath the county like a second, invisible geography. He made breakfast. He read. He was in the garden at 3:30 when Petunia came out with 2 cups of tea, which she set on the table near the step and then retreated without saying anything, and Harry understood that she had done this deliberately, that the 2 cups were a statement of some kind, and he appreciated it. At 4 o'clock precisely, the gate opened. Albus Dumbledore was taller than Harry remembered from the brief end-of-term meeting, or perhaps it was that the context was different, not a grand stone office with portraits of previous headmasters watching from the walls, but a suburban Surrey garden with a concrete path and petunias in the beds and an ordinary English summer sky overhead. He wore robes that were less extraordinary than Harry had seen at school, dark blue with no obvious silver moons or stars, and his half-moon spectacles were the same, and the silver hair and the long beard were the same, and the eyes behind the glasses, that particular blue, sharp and deep and perpetually, carefully worn, were the same. He looked at the garden. Harry watched him look at it. The comprehensive, unhurried gaze of someone who had trained himself to read environments the way other people read texts. He noted the snakes, of course he noted the snakes, they were mostly out of sight, but Dumbledore was not mostly perceptive, he was completely perceptive, and his expression did something complex and quiet. "Harry," he said. "Professor," Harry said. "May I come in?" "Yes," Harry said. He'd thought about this, whether to meet Dumbledore at the gate, whether to go to the street, whether to take him inside. He'd decided the garden was right. This was where everything had happened. This was his ground. Dumbledore came through the gate and down the path, and Harry gestured to the garden bench, Petunia's iron-armed bench, which had hosted Voss and was now hosting Dumbledore, which was a range of guests it had surely never anticipated, and Dumbledore sat down and looked at the 2 cups of tea on the table and at Harry sitting on the step across from him, and he said nothing for a moment. Then, "Your aunt made tea?" "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore picked up a cup. He held it with both hands and looked out at the garden, and the silence was not the silence of someone preparing to speak. It was the silence of someone who had been moving very fast for a very long time and had, just for this moment, stopped. "I have been here before," Dumbledore said. "This garden. The night I brought you here. Your aunt's husband had left the outside light on. I remember thinking that he probably left it on every night, that it was the kind of house where things were done in the same way every day without variation. I stood at the gate for a long time." He paused. "I left you on the doorstep. I wrote a letter that I now believe was insufficient. And I walked away." Harry looked at him. "I want to say that before anything else," Dumbledore said. "Not as a preamble. Just as a fact that should have been said sooner." "All right," Harry said. "I had reasons," Dumbledore said. "I will tell them to you, and they are not nothing. But I am aware that reasons for doing something inadequate are still reasons for doing something inadequate, and I did not want to offer them as though they changed the inadequacy." Harry held the older man's gaze. In all the times he'd imagined this conversation, and he'd imagined it, over the last weeks, more than he'd admitted to himself, he hadn't imagined Dumbledore starting here. He'd expected the gentle management, the careful warmth maintained at a precise temperature, the headmaster's voice calibrated to project absolute security while revealing very little. He was getting something else. "Tell me the reasons," Harry said. "All of them." Dumbledore drank his tea. He looked at the shed, where Mura was currently under and certainly listening, though what she made of English had always been impressionistic at best. "The ward on this house requires a blood connection and a named home," he said. "Your mother's sacrifice created a protection that lives in you, and while you can call this place home, it extends through these walls as well. The blood connection is through your aunt. That is not negotiable." He looked at Harry. "The second reason is more difficult. I still believe, though with considerably more doubt than I held in 1981, that a childhood lived outside the magical world, without knowledge of who you were or what you were to it, was a protection in itself. Against the weight of expectation. Against the particular pressure of being significant before you have learned to be ordinary. So you kept me ignorant to protect me," Harry said. "Yes. And kept me in a situation that wasn't safe to protect me." "Yes. No qualification. No elaboration. Just the word, bearing its own weight." Harry looked at the garden. He thought about what Hermione had said, that Dumbledore could be an obstacle and an ally in the same sentence. He thought about what Mura had said on the night of the dream, about accuracy rather than generosity. "There's a version of that reasoning," Harry said, "that makes sense. If I'd grown up knowing I was famous and powerful and important, I might have become someone I don't want to be." He paused. "There's another version where keeping me uninformed in a house where I wasn't treated well and wasn't checked on isn't protection. It's negligence. Both versions are true." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "Yes," he said. "Both versions are true." The garden held them for a moment. "Nagini," Harry said. Dumbledore set his cup down. "Yes. Tell me what you know. Not what you think I need to know. What you know. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, and Harry recognized the pause, not hesitation, not evasion, but genuine organization, the man who thought in longer terms than most people could follow assembling something from its proper starting point. What Voldemort has been doing since 1981, Dumbledore said, is surviving. Not living, surviving. He lost his body that night and he has been seeking a way back to full power ever since. The Philosopher's Stone was one attempt. There will be others. He looked at Harry directly. In order to ensure that even his diminished existence could not be ended, he took a precaution that I believe predates his first fall. He created objects, into which he put pieces of his soul. Divided his soul through acts of great evil and stored the pieces in vessels. As long as those vessels exist, he cannot truly die. Harry had known this was coming. He'd known it from the moment Mura had said he has taken a piece of himself and put it in her, and the logic had assembled itself in the dark. But hearing it said plainly still had weight. How many? I do not know with certainty, Dumbledore said, and this was clearly the most difficult sentence he'd said in the conversation, the one that cost him something to admit. I have identified several. Nagini I believe to be the most recent, and the most concerning. She is not an object. She is a living creature, and the complications of that are considerable. If she's destroyed, Harry said. A piece of him ends, Dumbledore confirmed. But she is bound to him, which means she is both vessel and anchor. Getting near her is extraordinarily dangerous. I know what she is, Harry said. I saw her. In the dream. Dumbledore went still. He showed me, Harry said. Or let me see. I think he knew what he was doing. He looked at Dumbledore. I need to tell you something about what he said, and I need you to listen to it as information rather than as something to manage. I am listening, Dumbledore said. Harry told him. Everything from the dream, in the same order and detail as he'd written in the notepad. He watched Dumbledore's face as he spoke, and Dumbledore's face was doing things it didn't usually do, the careful architecture of it shifting slightly under the information, reacting in real time rather than processing privately for later deployment. When Harry got to the part about love not being armor, Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly and opened them, and the expression that was there for a moment was grief, clean and undefended. He said that? Dumbledore asked. Yes. About your mother specifically. He said she was built on love and love wasn't enough to save her. Dumbledore was quiet. He is not wrong that it wasn't enough to save her, he said softly. She knew that. She made the choice regardless. The choice was not I will survive this but he will survive this. He looked at Harry. That is not a failure of love. That is what love at its fullest looks like. Harry sat with that. The connection, Dumbledore said, changing direction but not changing tone. The channel through which the dream occurred. This is something I have been aware of for some time and have been uncertain how to address. There is a link between you and Voldemort, created the night he marked you. It will strengthen as he regains power. I need you to understand that it is a two-way channel. You can receive information through it, as last night demonstrated, but he can also see into you through it. Your emotions. Your knowledge. In certain circumstances, your location and circumstances. So I need to learn to close it, Harry said. There is a discipline, Dumbledore said. A branch of magic called occlumency. The closing of the mind against external magical intrusion. It is difficult and it is not pleasant to learn. I had intended to arrange instruction for you in your third year, but I think, he paused, with the slight adjustment Harry had begun to recognize as Dumbledore revising his own plan in response to current information, I think the conversation about timeline needs to change. This year, Harry said. This year, Dumbledore agreed. I will arrange it. Who teaches it? A pause. There is someone at the school who is qualified. He is not, the arrangement will not be easy. But it will be real, and it will work if you commit to it. I'll commit to it, Harry said. He meant it. The dream had not frightened him, but it had clarified something, that the connection was there whether he used it or not, and the difference between it being a window he could look through and a door that could be opened from the other side was something he needed to understand and address. I want to ask you something, Harry said. Ask. The plan. Whatever plan you have for eventually, properly, ending this. The part about the soul pieces. The part about Nagini. He held Dumbledore's gaze. Am I part of the plan? The question sat in the garden for a long moment. Dumbledore's face did something Harry had never seen it do. Something that was not the careful warmth or the precisely deployed certainty or the gentle management. Something that was just pain. Plain and old and very tired. Harry, he said. Am I part of the plan? Harry said again. Not aggressive. Not afraid. Just asking the question that needed asking, clearly, the way he'd been asking questions all summer. Dumbledore looked at him across the garden, across the years, across whatever it was that Dumbledore had been carrying since the night he walked away from a doorstep in Surrey with a letter that was insufficient. There are things, he said slowly, that I am not yet certain enough of to tell you. Not because I want to manage you. Because I have not finished the knowing of it myself, and I refuse to give you incomplete mathematics on a question that concerns your life. Harry looked at him. That's not a no. No, Dumbledore said. It isn't. Silence. Tell me when you're certain, Harry said. That's all I'm asking. Don't wait until it's operational. Tell me when you know. I will, Dumbledore said. And something in how he said it was different from the careful promises of the end-of-term conversation. Different from the 4-paragraph letter. It had the quality of something given rather than performed. The afternoon sun was moving through the gap between the house and Mrs. No. 3's enormous oak tree, sending long clean light across the garden. Harry looked at the fence where two of the court were visible if you knew where to look, just the faint curve of a body, the slight raised edge of a head. The network, Dumbledore said, looking at what Harry was looking at. Yes. It has been operational all summer. Since the first night, Harry said. I called them and they came. Dumbledore was looking at the garden with an expression Harry couldn't fully categorize. Not alarm, he was past alarm about Harry doing things that surprised him, or was working past it. Not exactly wonder, though there was something in that direction. Something more like the expression of a man looking at a thing that he had not modeled and finding that his failure to model it was itself informative. The Serpent Warden tradition, Dumbledore said. Hermione found the texts, Harry said. Crabbe, Vance, 2 others. I know those texts, Dumbledore said. I read Crabbe in 1943. I thought at the time that the documented accounts were likely mythologized. He looked at Harry. I was wrong. Hermione said the same thing, Harry said. And was also wrong. Something moved across Dumbledore's face that was, unmistakably, the beginning of a smile. It was gone quickly but it was real. Miss Granger is an extraordinary young woman. She is, Harry said. Mr. Weasley came with his father. Tuesday and Wednesday, Harry said. They helped. Arthur wrote to me, Dumbledore said. He was, direct. He told me he would be. Dumbledore looked at his hands for a moment. There are people around you, he said. People who chose to be there, this summer, without being asked by me. Without being arranged. That is, he paused, choosing carefully. That is something I did not plan for. I had arranged certain things, certain checks, certain information channels. I had not planned for you to build your own. I had time, Harry said. And the Dursleys took my chess set. Dumbledore looked at him. I needed something to do, Harry said. Not the whole story, but the truest version of the beginning. The headmaster was quiet for a moment. Then, Cordelia Voss filed a welfare report. I know. She told me she would. It has reached the appropriate desk. There will be a formal review of your living arrangements, not this summer, it's nearly over, but before the next one. There are options that, he paused. There are people who would take you. Who have wanted to for years. The question of the ward and the blood protection is something I am going to revisit with less certainty and more honesty than I have previously applied to it. Harry said nothing. He looked at the garden, at the house behind him, at the steps he'd been sitting on for 2 months while the world changed around him. He thought about the burrow, which he'd never seen but which Ron had described in enough detail that he could picture it, the improbable tower of it, the warmth inside, the noise. He thought about what Dumbledore was, maybe, saying. The ward won't last forever anyway, Harry said. No, Dumbledore said. It won't. When you come of age it will dissolve. And there are, accelerants. The strength of the connection, the genuine quality of what is called home. He looked at Harry with the directness that had been running through the whole conversation, increasingly real. This summer you have turned this house into something it was not before. I don't know exactly how. But the ward readings have changed. They are stronger. Harry thought about Dudley's list in the drawer. About Petunia making 2 cups of tea. About Vernon cooking dinner. About the specific small ongoing negotiation of ordinary domestic life, and how the Snake Court had somehow been the catalyst for something he hadn't expected and hadn't been aiming at. Not a transformation. Just, a beginning. People who were frightened making different choices, incrementally. The ward is stronger, Harry said slowly, because home means something different here than it did in July. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Yes, he said. I believe that's it exactly. Moora emerged from under the shed. She moved across the lawn at her unhurried pace, the authority of her carriage unchanged, and came to rest near Harry's feet at the base of the step. She looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at her. The quality of attention going both directions was striking, not the snake and human dynamic of 2 creatures in the same space, but something more mutual than that, 2 old intelligences assessing each other. He is the one who placed the ward, Moora said. No, Harry said. The ward was my mother. He carried it here, Moora said. He stood at the gate and brought the magic with him and made sure it settled. He is part of it too, even if he is not the source. Harry looked at Dumbledore. You speak to her as if she understands the whole conversation, Dumbledore said. He was watching Moora with an expression that had moved fully into genuine attention. Does she? Parts of it, Harry said. She picks up context. And she's been listening since you arrived. What did she say just now? That you're part of the ward, Harry said. That you carried it here and helped it settle. Dumbledore was still for a moment. Then he said, quietly, that is more generous than I deserve. Accuracy, Moora said. Not generosity. Harry translated. Dumbledore looked at the snake for a long moment, and the expression on his face was one Harry had no precedent for, something stripped of all the management and the performance and the careful deployment, something that was just an old man looking at a thing that was real and exact and true. She sounds like your mother, Dumbledore said. Very quietly. The garden was still. Tell me about her, Harry said. He hadn't planned to say it. It arrived in his mouth fully formed, the way some things did, and he let it come. Not the war. Not the ward. My mother. Who she was. Dumbledore looked at him. He set down his teacup, which was empty now, and he looked at his hands for a moment, and Harry watched something happen in the old man's face, the careful architecture settling differently, making room for something it had been keeping in an ordered drawer for 11 years. She was extraordinary, Dumbledore said. Not primarily because of her magic, though her magic was exceptional. Because of the quality of her attention. When Lily Potter looked at something, a problem, a person, a situation, she looked at it completely. Without agenda. She wanted to understand things as they were, not as she wished they were, and this made her accurate in a way that was sometimes uncomfortable for the people around her. He paused. She also had a temper that was alarming in its precision. She did not get angry broadly. She got angry specifically, about specific things, in specific words, and she was always right about what she was angry at. Harry was listening. She was fiercely funny, Dumbledore continued. Privately. Not the obvious humor, she could be subtle with it in a way that meant the people she liked best were the ones who caught it. Another pause. She would have found this, a gesture that encompassed the garden, the court, the whole summer, she would have found it characteristic. She would have said, of course he built something. What did anyone think he would do with that much time and that much anger? She would have been proud. And she would have been furious with me, which she would have communicated with precision. Harry sat with this. What was she angry with you about? He asked. When she was alive. Dumbledore's expression shifted. Several things, he said. She felt I withheld information from people who needed it. She felt I treated people as instruments of a larger design without adequately consulting them about their role in that design. She was right. He held Harry's gaze. She would have said her son was not an instrument. She would have said that to me, specifically, with the precision I described. And she would have been right about that too. Harry looked at the headmaster. He thought about the first night. About the coal in his chest and the anger and the sleeping street and the first snake crossing the dark lawn. About everything that had been built since then, in this garden, in this house, in the particular unremarkable setting of a Surrey summer that had turned out to be anything but. He thought about his mother in these walls. The door locked from the inside with love. Still there. Stronger. I'm going to hold you to the promise, Harry said. When you know, when you're certain about the parts you're not yet certain about. You tell me. I will, Dumbledore said. And the acclimacy. This year. This year. Before Christmas. And the welfare review. Before next summer. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that was somewhere between the smile Harry had glimpsed earlier and something more complicated, something that was perhaps what it looked like when a man recognized that the person across from him had ceased to be a piece on a board and become a player. You have been making a great many demands this afternoon, Dumbledore said. I have been making a great many reasonable requests, Harry said. Which is different. The smile arrived fully this time and stayed for a full moment, genuine and warm and real, and in it Harry could see, briefly, through the long complicated years of Albus Dumbledore, something of the man who had carried a baby through the dark to a doorstep in Surrey and stood at the gate for a long time before walking away, and who had been living with that walk ever since. Yes, Dumbledore said. It is different. He stood. He was tall, standing in Petunia's garden in the late summer light, and he looked at the house for a moment, at the walls, at whatever he could see or feel in them, and then he looked at Mura, who was still at Harry's feet, watching him. May I? He said. To the snake. Asking. Harry translated. Mura was still for a moment. Then, yes. Dumbledore crouched down with the careful movement of old joints and held out a hand, palm up, to Mura. She looked at it. Then she raised her head and moved it forward and rested it, briefly, against his fingers. A touch. Not deference, something else. Something that had more equality in it. He stood back up. She is remarkable, he said. I know, Harry said. Dumbledore walked to the gate. He paused at it and turned back, and his expression was the open one, the real one, not the headmaster's face but something more essential. Harry, he said. Whatever comes, and things will come, I won't pretend otherwise, the summer you have had here, and what you have done with it, and who you are at the end of it, is something I want you to carry with you. Not what you can do. Who you are while doing it. He paused. That is what she left you. In the walls and in you. Both. He went through the gate and down the street, and Harry watched him go from the garden, and when he had turned the corner and was gone, Harry sat back down on the step and let the afternoon move around him, warm and golden and ending. Term started in 5 days. He thought about the trunk upstairs, half-packed. About the Hogwarts Express and the smell of the compartment and Ron's voice and Hermione's voice and the specific quality of walking through those stone corridors for the first time each year, when it arrived and became real again. He thought about what he was bringing back with him. Not the books, though he was bringing the books. Not the notes and the plans and the documented records of the summer, though he was bringing those too. Something that didn't fit in a trunk, the particular unchained quality of a person who has spent 9 weeks finding out what they're capable of without anyone watching, without anyone managing it, without anyone deciding ahead of time what the limit was. Speaker, Moora said. I know, he said. I'm not going to ask the question I was about to ask. What question? Whether you'll still be here, he said. When I come back. Moora was still for a moment. The court does not disband when the king is absent, she said. The court waits. He looked at her. At the garden. At the walls of the house that had held him for 12 years and were still holding, for the first time in ways that felt like more than containment. He went inside. Dudley was at the kitchen table with the list from his drawer, unfolded, spread flat on the table in front of him. He looked up when Harry came in and didn't fold it away, which was something. How did it go? Dudley said. Better than expected, Harry said. Dudley nodded. He looked at the list. I'm going to do something about these, he said. I don't know what yet. But something. That's enough to start, Harry said. He went upstairs and finished packing. He packed the crab, the Vance, and 2 of Hermione's other texts in with his school books. He packed his notes in the inside pocket of his robes where they wouldn't be found by anyone going through his trunk. He packed the letter from Voss, which he kept because it was the first piece of official documentation that had ever been written on his behalf. He went to the window and opened it and stood there for a while looking at the garden in the early evening. The court was settling into its dusk positions, the transition time when they moved from the hidden daylight configuration to the fuller night presence. He could feel it through the network, the whole shift of it, the way you feel a tide turn. He reached for Moora. Anything in the east? Quiet, she said. The cold is moving further east every night. He is going elsewhere. For now. For now, she agreed. He stood at the window for a while longer and then he said, to the garden, to the court, to Moora at the base of the fence and the 38 snakes positioned at every approach to the property and the ancient strange invisible ward in the walls behind him, thank you. The network held its steady hum. From the back fence, Moora's voice came back clean and simple, the ward holds, speaker. Go and come back. He closed the window. He went downstairs and ate dinner with the Dursleys, which was quiet and almost ordinary, the 4 of them at the table with the low television and the sound of the street outside. Vernon passed him the salt without being asked. Petunia put extra on his plate without comment. Dudley talked, briefly, about something at school, and Harry responded, and the conversation was nothing, trivial, short, entirely without significance, and that was the whole significance of it. On the last morning Harry carried his trunk to the front door and Hedwig's cage and the bag with the books, and he stood in the hallway of number 4 Privet Drive and looked at it. The carpet, the coat rack, the framed print of a Venetian canal that had always been there, the smell of furniture polish and toast. 12 years of this hallway. 100,000 mornings. Petunia came out of the kitchen wiping her hands on a tea towel. She looked at the trunk and then at Harry and her expression did the complicated thing it always did when she was feeling something she hadn't given herself permission to feel. You'll write, she said. Yes, Harry said. Meaning it for the first time. She nodded. She went back to the kitchen. Vernon appeared at the top of the stairs. He came down them at his usual pace and stood at the bottom and looked at Harry and the trunk. His face had the expression it had settled into over the last weeks, the recalibrated expression, the one that had stopped trying to manage the situation and was simply existing in it. He extended his hand. Harry looked at it. He took it. They shook hands, brief and serious, two people who would probably never understand each other but who had found, at the bottom of a summer full of snakes and government officials and dark lords at the garden gate, something more honest than they'd had before. Vernon went back upstairs. Harry picked up the trunk. Dudley was at the door. He held it open, the way you held a door for someone carrying something heavy, with the ordinary courtesy of a person who had decided to be courteous. Harry went through it. He lifted the trunk down the step. "See you at Christmas," Dudley said. "See you at Christmas," Harry said. He walked to the gate. He put his hand on the iron of it and paused for a moment, feeling the ward at his back. Warm, old, the specific texture of it that he'd learned over 2 months of living inside it, his mother's magic, his mother's choice, the door locked from the inside with love. Stronger than it had been in July. He could feel the difference, even without a magical instrument to measure it. He thought, she's still here. He opened the gate and walked through it and didn't look back, and behind him the gate closed with its familiar click, and the ward held, and the court held their positions, and number 4 Privet Drive sat in the late summer morning looking entirely, perfectly ordinary. Moira lifted her head from the base of the back fence and looked at the direction he had gone and was still for a long time. Then she turned back to the street, and the garden, and the work. Some kings went away. Courts waited. The ward held.